Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
We want to welcome everyone back to the Keshe American KnowledgeTeam for May 22nd, 2022. There seems to be a lot of twos, and we had quite a few twos in the reactor group this week as well. We're going to take a journey today, again, through a couple of short clips from Mr. Keshe from the 433rd Knowledge Seekers Workshop. We're going to look at the horizontal video as well that Leanna's beautiful voice is on. We're going to go to the Create the Future contest and show everyone how to register if you didn't participate last year. Rick has entered the flight enhancement system this year, and already we're leading in the voting, and we're second, I think, in views with over 900 views as of earlier today. We're also going to mention a little bit about the transcribers meeting and an ongoing process that Elias is involved in. And of course, that's only for private students. So if you're interested in doing some transcribing, we can hook up with the Otter system, Otter AI, I think it's called, and you can participate in that. We'll cover the Dome of Peace, and then we'll go to Alex's teaching. So all that should take about 40, 50 minutes maybe. And we will have the presentation by Alex. As Mr. Keshe said to one of the knowledge seekers about teaching, we're not dictating this teaching. We're just here sharing knowledge, and you take what you can from the teaching, and everyone takes one thing or another. Sometimes people don't take anything from it, but it all has an impact, or a seed or a field that's planted and starts working and interacting with your field. So it's all good, and it's all connected. All the language groups are all connected as well, and that's the beauty of this technology, is no matter where we'll go in the future and interacting with other knowledge seekers, will all basically be on the same general understanding as I see it. And of course, the World Peace Treaty is the #1 prerequisite Mr. Keshe had mentioned in one of the workshops before you even start a workshop. I mean, in the public domain, is to bring up the World Peace Treaty and get everyone on the same page, wishing for peace. And as Mr. Keshe said, if it's your wish to see peace on this planet, path of peace is made very clearly. It's the soul, the awareness of the soul of the collective, which will bring this change. And we're going to also do that during the Dome of Peace. So welcome everyone again. And why don't we go right into it? That's the Create the Future contest, but we're not going to start there. We're going to go to the, I hope I still have it here. Yes, I don't. That window must have disappeared. Let me see if I can just pull it up in the history here. Sorry about that. It was there. And now I know why, because it's not in this area at all. It's actually a separate video on another system, which they call, I guess it's a VCL or one of the other ones. Again, I'm very poor in the skills of operating these systems, but this was a video put together by, I think, Leanna, and it's about the horizontal system. And we know all these systems, again, Mr. Keshe, even with the universal body enhancement spaceship unit, depends how he sets it and what's put in there. It can do different things, even introduce you to your own soul. It can fly, or it can process the physicality, and probably much more. And of course, we see the same shape in the materials enhancement unit as well. So let's go through this video. It's about 6 minutes long, another beautiful system, and hopefully we'll all be able to take advantage of these systems. I think we all need something, and give us a bigger understanding of walking into these fields of the universe when we get to the non-dimensional sort of system that he keeps referring to. So let's start here.
The new Horizontal Enhancement Spaceship Unit. Plasma space technology that allows you to work with the fields of the universe. By creating a wide range of plasma field interactions and conditions, it allows the body to process itself from any physical or emotional imbalance. Once this balanced condition is achieved, the soul and the emotion of the man can follow to find their balance, elevating the whole of the man. The new Horizontal Enhancement Spaceship Unit. Technology of the future through advanced plasma knowledge.
The new, what we call the horizontal system. This is a breakthrough for the world of science and technology, where we can hold the soul and the physicality of the man in the same condition and operation for decades. We have the capability and the knowledge to hold on to the soul, but elevate the soul of the physicality till an illness has been processed by the two together. You can walk in with all sorts of conditions which are unthinkable today to overcome, and within hours and days you walk away with no condition. The new horizontal enhancement unit, in conjunction embedded in a universal enhancement unit, creates conditions which man of science and technology have never known. It creates a new condition that allows man to break through all barriers, all conditions, all plasma conditions which now has created crisis around the world, can, and within the interaction of the two systems together, create conditions that man will be from every condition of what we call collection of the fields of the plasmas in the universe. You walk on the surface of the planet, you absorb energy-packed plasmas which can endanger the life. You walk into the what we call horizontal system within a universal enhancement unit, and within minutes, the balance of the fields completely allowing a new dimension and a new, what we call field transformation. In a way, if you look at this system, if you see and understand, at the moment today, we imprison our people because of their mental condition. Within minutes, within these systems, We can reach not only the soul of the man, but the conduct of the physicality of the man, which connects to the soul of the man. The application and implication of the new horizontal system is beyond imagination. If you remember years ago, months ago, I explained that in the universe we have no prisons, no one misconducts, because man in the process of life will be put into these systems and you will see the change. There'll be no addiction. Those who are addicted to cocaine and heroin and the rest of it, within minutes in these systems will overcome the desire. The introduction of these systems brings a total radical change in the world of science and technology. It's not a theory. Some of these systems have already been tested and they show their effectiveness. They show their work. In a way, we change the prisons. We change sentencing to people to life in boxes, to enhancing the soul, the physicality, and within minutes, within days, they shall become a perfect man. These are not dreams anymore. These are the realities, systems, technologies, which is available to man. It's the responsibility of the governments to promote and deliver these to the prison cells, to change and close the square boxes where we put many people for years without knowing why and what's the reason. This brings a closure to mental institutes where there is no need for man to be locked up when the level of the understanding of the soul of physicality and the soul of the man does not create the balance. This technology, introduction of the new horizontal and vertical system, is a major, major breakthrough in the work of the Keshe Foundation and in the time to come. We introduce to you today a massive, major breakthrough, which many of you have been waiting for, and as of next year is available to all of us.
And so many of the rehabilitation places for drugs and so on, the recidivism rate, the repeat or their success is very poor, maybe 5, 10, 15%. So there's probably an 85% relapse of people that go through these places. And many of them are very, very expensive, as I understand it. And as well as the mental institutions, it seems, once many people go in there, they don't seem to emerge out of there. And as Mr. Keshe said, some of the most intelligent people are labeled as schizophrenic and other mental diseases. And he says, we are the schizophrenic. We do not understand the creation process and the creator, because many times you end up with more than one personality in one body. And we've seen this many times. Mr. Keshe has worked with it and he's explored this whole knowledge. So very beautiful system. And now we can have a chance to actually vote for a system. If we look at this Create the Future, it's called Create the Future Design Contest. And I know Rick last year entered the Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit, and we did quite well. I think we got the number 1 in views and the number 2 in votes, something along that line. And so we had a very good showing there, although the judges ended up not even acknowledging the unit as far as and of course it says it right in the disclaimers and everything that they put in there. It's all left up to the judges from different organizations around the world to make a decision. And of course, Mr. Keshe predicted that, but we're going to show, if we go to the page, here it is, and we can vote. Right now, there's 950 views, and there's 50 votes. And it's under aerospace and defense. And if we look here, there's 3 pages, and the first one is an improved rotorcraft with 42 views, and the ion jet, 61 views and no votes, 31 views. This voting is open until September 9th, if I read the website correctly. And of course, here is the Universal Flight Enhancement System, which again, 1,046 views, beautiful, and 57 votes. This morning I voted, I was the number 44 vote. And so it's already gone up over 13 votes, is it? And if we go down again, some of these other tactical aerial kinetic drive device, reusable space vehicle launcher, 29 views, no votes. Deuterium long-range multi-role fuel cell electric aircraft and fuel system. So there's some beautiful innovations. Here is what Mr. Keshe refers to as a monkey suit. The votes are 6 and 765 views, so they've got enough. If we go to the second page, we can see some more. Again, no votes. A sealant scraper, 118 views. Enhanced vector thrust propulsion system for VTOL flying vehicles, 121 views and 2 votes. So we're very close already to 1,000 views and 57 votes. Just a second. Okay. And I think there's one other one that I saw some interest in. This was very nice, this turbulent propeller. Of course, again, matter state, but interesting. Recent studies have shown that bumblebees' wings create small tornadoes through the so-called hamuli. These are hook-shaped processes on the edge of the wings. Thus, a kind of turbulent air cushion is created under the wings. And we all know the bumblebee should not fly based on its wing size and its body size, but by creating those turbulent things. If we go to the third page, and again, I think this is the one here. It has 1,030 views, but only 1 vote. And probably that 1 vote came from the person who's created this system. And there's a wildfires. I guess it's, I didn't read that one, but it looks like maybe able to control them. And Mr. Keshe said we could create rain with these flight enhancement systems, positioning 4. Forest fires seem to burn and burn and burn once they get going, and they drop a lot of chemicals, probably some sort of oxygen scavenger. And we'll be able to actually position the flight enhancement systems in 4 corners and create rain, as I understand it. So if we go back to the first page again, here it is right here. And let's read. The Keshe Foundation presents the Universal Flight Enhancement Spaceship Unit as a revolutionary concept in space travel, space medicine, and space technology. The prototype flight enhancement spaceship units are in production and undergoing final developments. And of course, anything that's commercialized already cannot be entered into this contest. And here it is right here, 1,050 views, 57 votes. And the way you do that is you just sign up here, or if you've already cast a vote last year, you just go into the login, and it's the same procedure. If you've forgotten your password or your name, you can have that resended, or they'll actually send a new one to you. I think they sent me the username, but then they gave me a new password that you can use to enter that. The Keshe Foundation presents the Universal Flight Enhancement Spaceship Unit as a revolutionary concept in space travel, space medicine, and space technology. And that was Marius's video. The prototype flight enhancement spaceship units are in production and undergoing final development and are due to be launched in June 2022. Of course, Mr. Keshe said it may be before the June 6th date, it may be on the June 6th date, or it may be after. During this year, they are expected to fly passengers into space, to the moon, and beyond for a day or even several days at a time. The extraordinary breakthrough technology ushers in a new era of travel without requiring fuel, food, or medicine. Let me just bring there in. Fuel, food, or medicine. Let's see where we are here. The proprietary plasmatic reactor system used in this design generate the power and propulsion forces required by the craft. The safety and security of crew members and passengers is guaranteed by the protective fields created both inside and outside of the flight unit. The crew travel in normal 1G gravity environment without feeling additional forces of accelerations. Systems have been developed and delivered that create fields which maintain the physical bodies of the crew members while traveling, and importantly, enhancing their emotional aspects as well. The generated magnetic gravitational fields interact much the same way as the sun interacts with the earth to create and provide what humans need to thrive on spaceship Earth. Each flight enhancement spaceship unit has a 4-passenger capacity for long or short duration flights, and has the capability to travel between cities on Earth in a matter of seconds to minutes, depending on the distance and speed. This ability to traverse massive distances in such incredibly short time is not just a breakthrough for human transport, it also completely revolutionizes the transportation of goods and cargo. It will rapidly replace one of our most polluting practices, namely marine and air shipping, as it finally breaks us free, not only from the combustion of heavy diesel and jet fuel, but from the combustion of any other fuel for propulsion in the future. The Flight Enhancement Spaceship Unit is a breakthrough in space travel, space medicine, and space technology. We will all soon enjoy the freedom and ease of fast and safe travel to anywhere on Earth or to worlds beyond, while protected and propelled by controlled magnetic gravitational fields. The worldwide market potential for such flight units is obviously in the multi-trillions of dollars. More importantly, in this case, the flight enhancement spaceship units are created for the elevation and benefit of all people of Earth and offered in exchange for world peace. Signing of the Keshe Foundation's World Peace Treaty is part of the agreement negotiations for those who wish to obtain use of the flight enhancement spaceship units. And here's a video. The first one is the one Marius created, and the second one is the one showing the several units. But we can watch that. It's only about 3 minutes long.
The revolutionary new Flight Enhancement Spaceship Unit is due to be launched in June 2022, and in the same year is expected to fly passengers into space, to the moon and beyond for a day or even several days at a time. There is no need for the Flight Enhancement Spaceship Unit to carry food or medicine, as it is equipped with the latest space technology for transportation, transmutation, and deep space operation. This extraordinary breakthrough technology ushers in a new era of travel without the need of fuel, food, or medicine, even during the longest excursions into deep space. Each spaceship unit has a 4-passenger capacity for long or short duration flights and has the capability to travel between cities on Earth in a matter of seconds to minutes, depending on the distance and speed. This ability to traverse massive distance in such incredibly short time is not just a breakthrough for human transport, it also completely revolutionizes the transportation of goods and cargo, and will rapidly overcome the need for one of our most polluting practices, namely marine shipping, as it finally breaks us free not only from the combustion of heavy diesel, but from the combustion of any fuel for propulsion in the future. The Flight Enhancement Spaceship Unit, a new paradigm in space travel, space medicine, and space technology.
Vincent, I see that you've requested the transcript. I think that I declined that only because Mr. Keshe had declined that in the past because it doesn't seem to really catch up. But 2 beautiful videos really explaining this unit. So if there are hundreds of millions of people who have passed through the Keshe Foundation, I think we should be able to get 500,000 or 1 million votes. And Rick has put some time and effort into this again. So all you have to do is log in. If you haven't been there before, then you need to sign up. It's a very simple process. All you do have to give some information. And of course, this contest is open to every country, it said, on the planet, and 1 vote per person, as long as it's allowed by your government to do that. So let's support this as we did last year, where we had a very, very good showing. And of course, NASA has one of these shells, as I understand it, and we'll be seeing these in Arizona as well, as we await for the arrival of the vision enhancement systems to arrive in Arizona. Now, let's see where we're going to go here. I'd like to play a short clip. Again, this is right at the beginning of the 433 Knowledge Seekers Workshop. I had mentioned that you can join for those who are private students, you can join the transcribers team. And that's one of the reasons we do need a transcriber, because the artificial intelligence of some of these systems is just not up to par. And 1 word can change the whole meaning for someone who's never been around the Keshe Foundation, and even for those who have. I remember doing some videos in the past using the subtitle edit, and I think it said asteroids and meteors, and it was pretty clear. And the transcribing computer system said spaghetti and meatballs. So anyone reading that and thinking that's actually what the person said, even though it didn't sound like that, but if you were reading that, you would be way thrown off and probably stop the video. And there are so many other glaring errors, and that's why we need a transcriber team that'll go through it. So it's for private students only. I noticed Elias is going to be heading it up, and anyone who's a private student would know Elias. I don't know if you want to, and again, I didn't ask you or anything, if you want to mention anything about the transcribing team at this point. I know you've sort of beta tested the system. They're using the Otter AI, which is free and very friendly to use. But is there anything you'd like to mention here, Elias? or something we should know more about it. I know it's a work in progress, but we wanted to get these videos and their transcripts done correctly. And I don't think the artificial intelligence is up to the level we want it to be. So therefore, it has to be proofread and gone through. So anyone who's a private student will be able to participate in this. And if you're in one of the telegrams or the Zoom, you can contact Elias, and he will help and guide you through the process. There's even a tutorial in there, which I need to watch again since my skills with these systems are mechanisms are rather poor at this point, but they have gotten better. And I know we will switch to the GANs computers at some point in time in the future, and we'll have a lot of fun with that, as it'll just be through the thoughts, as I understand it anyway. Anything at this point, Elias? If you don't open your mic, then we'll just move on. And that's
Hello,
fine.
everyone. Good afternoon.
Thank you.
Good morning. Good evening. We're still looking for volunteers because in order to do the transcription, we need to have a good team that'll be able to share the workload. So we're still looking. We've got about 3 to 4 right now, but we need a team of minimum of 6 to be able to do just the public workshop. So if we don't get enough volunteers, we're just going to have to keep it very limited as we are right now. And so once we pass the 6 threshold, we can definitely say that we can do the workshop in its entirety. But right now we're not up there yet. So we're looking for new members to come in and work together. And it's not a very, very large workload. You can do as much or as little as you want. Even 5-10 minutes, 15 minutes is good enough. But you have to be consistent and dedicated. It has to be done every week. And so if you're able to budget that time, please go ahead and send me a message, and I will invite you to the group. And we also have a tutorial that you can watch, and then we'll take it from there. Thank you very much.
And again, this is only for private students that have gone through some sort of security or background check. Is that is my understanding correct there?
Yes, it's for private students. Yes, Mark.
And if you're low on computer skills like I am, are you still invited to join? Are there? I know that you'd have to go out of your way to help someone. But is that, or are you looking for people who are pretty sharp with the computers?
The tutorial has all the essentials. It's just basically like opening up YouTube and clicking the play button, the pause button, the fast forward button, and the rewind button. If you can do that, you can do this.
Okay, I can do that. So, very good. So the first step is to download the Otter AI and then get it into your system.
Not really. Just send me a request that you're willing to join, and I'll send you the link, and you can automatically enter your email and join Otter. And then as soon as you do that, it'll direct you to the site where we do all the transcriptions, and you can just take it from there and just say which part you want to do and how much you want to do. And it's as simple as that.
Perfect.
There's nothing to download, by the way. This is the online service. And so nothing is really downloaded or installed. So it's extremely easy to use.
Okay. Well, that sounds exciting. And again, the work I've done in the subtitle edit, it was very, very enhancing to me personally, because you're interacting with the soul of the person that created that workshop, which is Mr. Keshe. So by going over this and reading it, it really helps to enhance your understanding, and you're just interacting. It's like reading a book and so on. You're really interacting with the creator of that particular work. So any of those or any of the others who would like to be part of this, I think it's very important to to get involved in this. And of course, they'll go up. Is that the idea, Elias, that they'll then be embedded into videos? So we'll have almost a perfect transcript?
The transcription is a different process from the subtitling. The subtitling comes after the transcription is done. Subtitles are a bit more complex because they require a certain amount of formatting, and it takes a little while to get used to that kind of workflow. The transcriptions are extremely easy because basically Otter does it for you. It's automatic. All you have to do is just go over and make the corrections, and it's basically listening to the workshop and pausing it where you feel there's an error or something that needs to be edited. You make the little change, and then you click on the play button, and it goes on from there. So it's a very, very simple workflow. It's nothing complicated at all. You don't have to know anything about subtitles and all that. It's very, very easy to do. Once that's done, we have another team that'll do the subtitles.
I see. Oh, okay. Okay. I thought it was just going to be embedded in there, but it's all done in English, and then that transcription will be able to be put into whatever language community you're from, if that's my understanding again. And then they will have the transcription, whether it's Dutch or maybe the Chinese are working on their own, or other language communities are working on their own. But for those who are looking for a transcription that's done with a high, probably in the 99% accuracy. Sometimes we don't hear every word Mr. Keshe says. It's a little under the breath, but there are even enhancement features on these systems to allow you to slow it down, increase its volume so you can really hear. And then you can also consult with other people on what they think Mr. Keshe said, and maybe even ask Mr. Keshe himself. So thank you, Elias, for putting this team together. I know it's been needed. As I said, there's so many things we see on the transcription, and even Mr. Keshe had Rick shut it off in the recent period, but he did say that one word can change the whole meaning of the sentence. So anyone who's a private student is more than welcome to be part of this online transcription group. So thank you, Elias, for all your hard work in testing it and putting it together. Let's go to a little bit of what Mr. Keshe said. Again, we saw the Create the Future contest, and Rafael, all the people are available in Brazil to vote for Create the Future, which we had shown here, and I'm sure you're fully aware of this website, and we'd like people to vote and view it. And I think you have a very large, probably one of the larger teams in the world that can actually vote. It's one vote per person, and any country can be involved in this. Rick has put it together, and it's just basically to make more people aware, and NASA as well, as they will be receiving a shell, as I understand it. So let's go to the beginning of this workshop. And I think we're going to be starting with we saw that video that Leanna made about the fields and energy packages in space. Mr. Keshe says your soul flies across the universe when you do go to sleep. I guess the magnetic fields are reduced. The soul is allowed to go out. But even traveling with the soul, you can pick up viruses, but I don't ever remember, or maybe, when you dream, could you pick up viruses that way? I know he said you'd be processed in it. If you walked on the planet with a physicality, you definitely probably you could pick up some energy packages, and you'd have to have them drained, but not so much when you dream. So interesting. I know he said not much can touch the soul, but there are energy packages in the universe that can touch your soul. And that's what I think he was getting at as far as draining these energy packages when you're walking on a planet, maybe just with the physicality. But he did say there are energy packages that can even touch the soul. I think we're going to start out first in this energy that we're already using in the dreams. He said not to call it a lucid dream because you're actually interacting in two dimensions, and we don't want to acknowledge that. We call it a dream, but it's more than a dream. It's actually the soul interacting with other energies in the universe. Let's hear a little bit more about it. I think the physical flight will come later, but it's going to start off, as I understand it, with the actual enhancement of the soul to go to different places in the universe. And maybe when you come back, that system, the flight enhancement system, is equipped to drain any energies that you would encounter. But I don't ever remember, and probably you wouldn't remember, but when you dream, if your soul goes out into the universe, you must be crossing or maybe coming near or approximating some of these adverse energy conditions, but it never seemed to, that I'm aware of, affect the person, since we all dream and safely usually return to the bed and the physicality never moves. So let's hear a little bit more from Mr. Keshe here in the first part, and this is right in the beginning when he comes in and gives us a little bit more knowledge about these systems and these flights. And of course, he also mentioned the situation with Iran, maybe going in the wrong direction, as he said he's consulted recently on the situation with the American ambassador and so on and so forth. But you'll hear about that. And I'd like to include the Russians and the Iranians when we come to the Dome of Peace and we take our 5 minutes of silence as well, but we'll bring that up a little later.
The Spaceship Institute Teachings and Knowledge. We welcome you back for 433 times in this series and many more in other parts in sharing knowledge. And hopefully we learn a little bit more, we share a little bit more, and with it, we establish new ground. Brain Talk today brings a very fundamental point of discussion for us now that we are ready and we are setting up the systems for flight into space. Man has always seen the flight in the rockets and the spaceships and UFOs and whatever, the kites and air balloons. But man never considered that, as we said many times, he has traveled the span of the universe through the soul of his, what we call dimensional existence. When you come to Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute exhibitions in the next weeks, you will see the new space development. You will see travel through the soul of man. Rocket propulsion, UFOs, belongs to the dimension of physicality, limitation of time, space, speed, and the rest of it. Where the new technology brings a new dimension. Transmutation of the energy fields of the universe is the topic, the subject, the all understanding of the new technology. You still want to travel with your physical body to confirm you have, but you denied the travel of your soul. That was a dream. Something happened, something I felt. We have become so materialistic that even we lie to ourselves in what we do internally. We call it a dream. In a way, we have forgotten about the captain of the ship, and we sit with what we call the pirates, the physicality of the man. The new space technology that many of you have no choice but to interact with in the coming weeks in the centers of the Keshe Foundation is the new dimension in travel. The new dimension in existence of man in space. These systems are getting set up. These systems are not dream, these systems are not a theory, these systems are not what You thought one day, that day has arrived. You are part of it. You have become part of it. You have joined a revolution in science, in education of man and the universe. The new systems which you will endeavor to walk in will bring you that new dimension. Now you can put the body in a car to get to it. And when you get there, you take the soul and take the body with it when you want. In a way, you go to the airport to give your physicality to another man to take you where is predestined for you. Now you take yourself to the enhancement centers, and then you'll become the captain. Nobody can tell you where you can go, where you cannot go. The banking system controls you that way, what you can use and what you cannot use, and when you can. As one of our knowledge seekers was pointing out to me a few days ago, now you have no banking system. You have no limitation of which airports you can land. Do you have a visa? Do you have a passport? You're an immigrant, you're a refugee, and the rest of it. In the next few days, in the next few weeks, as we develop these technologies and we assemble the reactors for the space development in the level of the fields of the universe, mankind has no choice but to face the fact. The new era in the cycle of the knowledge of the man has arrived. We have taught you for years in the fields of making youngsters and the rest of it. Now we go back to what I emphasized over and over for past years. Be happy with your magnet systems, where you can physically touch them, but be happy with the fields which your magnet system makes that allows you to travel the span of the universe. We gave you the universal generator and you got stuck with a few voltage and amps. Now we have put these into operation. We have brought the knowledge of the teachings in past decades into operation, that man has the capability to fly through the dimension of the strength of the soul of the man, or what we call the plasma of the existence of it. When you have the sun does not shine anywhere in the solar system unless it comes and interacts with another field, that the interaction of the two manifests the existence of the earth, the moon, the rest of the planetary system. So is the soul of the man shines, and when it comes with the interaction of the solar physicality in the dimension of the inertia and the magnetic gravitational fields of this planet, manifests itself as the embodiment of the man. When we take the sun away, that has no fields to interact, there'll be no existence of the earth, the man, the moon, because it cannot interact with, because it never came from the source that it was supposed to build it. Now you become that sun. In the new dimension, you'll decide in where, which position in the universe or in the dimension of the interaction of the fields with the others, you manifest yourself as Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Then it comes to us to understand, would my field interaction in this environment manifest as me as a man, and the other position in the same solar system, I behave like a plant and a tree because the field strength is different. And in another dimension, I become the field of the plasma without dimension of physicality, or maybe singularity, and become an homid. The teaching has brought us to this point. And the reality is that the technology, the knowledge, the science of it exists today. If it's used the correct way, it will bring a new dimension. If it goes the way we see that the Iranian government, through Sepah and the Revolution Guards, are developing what they call nuclear magnetic plasma, weapons, man will see the end of his life cycle, the demise. I explained this to the American ambassador's office yesterday, and we make it very open. The new space technology, the new understanding of the plasma technology is and will be enforced by the Keshe Foundation across the world. Because if we allow the Iranian government with a new, what we call plan to develop the plasma enhanced using the Keshe Foundation technology, will bring the demise of nations. I warn the Iranian government to withdraw from such a research and development. The whole purpose of the evolution of the soul of the man is to make man peaceful. We have to understand, we have to be aware that we brought the knowledge for a peaceful application and not the conversion into a weapon. I have a signed agreement with the Iranian government, signed and sealed by the Parliament of Iran, that technology of the Keshe Foundation will not be used for weapon technology. And the soul of the knowledge will not allow that. We have to understand, when the man is tied up to a corner and the other one has the tool, they compromise. And we see that in the past few weeks, and the knowledge and the, what we call the development of the soul of the man through the Keshe Foundation has to be kept entirely and in totality for a peaceful application. I warned the American ambassador's office yesterday, directly to the ambassador, American ambassador to Vienna. Be warned of new structures which will use the Keshe Foundation technology, which should not be used. But the desperation of the time by the Russian government and the push to achieve the annihilation of the state of Israel with the pressures on Iran will bring the two devils together. And this will become extremely dangerous for all of us.
Okay, I'm going to stop it there, but you can hear the importance of elevating the souls of the Russian leaders as well as the Iranian leaders and the Sabah not to use this technology and to develop it for weapons. This is a technology to bring peace to the man, and somehow it will be enforced. And as I always understood this technology, if you use it in the wrong way, it will actually backfire on you in so many ways. So let's include them in our elevation through your soul whenever you do it, and you can do it all the time. Just remind the soul, and the soul records everything. I'd like to go to, unless someone has a comment, I'd like to go to another clip about a new product in the Keshe Foundation store. I think this is the one. I haven't seen the product unless I've missed it again, but he's calling it tip, lip, and hip. Again, something to do with what we know as herpes. And apparently most of the planet, it gets into the middle layer of the skin, and then it can, and the skin is connected to the brain, and that can lead to some sort of Alzheimer's, as I understand it. But this is a test system, and you'll make a donation to the store. You'll be recording your results. This is not a product to be taken internally, as I understand it. It's just to be applied to the skin and record your results. I click the new product new released products, and here we are, but I haven't seen it. So I may have missed it, or maybe I'm in the wrong location. But again, most of us have this issue from time to time. You can see it on the lip. He referred to the tip as the migraine headache. And of course, the hip as the monthly menstrual cycle that women go through. And even once you've reached the menopause stage, that calcium is still removed from the hip. I don't know if that has to do with this pain. And that, of course, is what makes bones more sort of porous with many holes in them. I don't understand it all, but let's go to the part where Mr. Keshe actually talks about this. I think this is a 10-minute clip, and you're all invited to participate in this test program. And he said it is a limited availability. So if you have that issue, which apparently almost all of us do, even he said kissing a young child could transfer this. So it's quite contagious apparently, and most of the people on this planet have this. But let's see if we can go to the part where he actually discusses it for about 10 minutes, and then we'll come back to the Dome of Peace. It starts. Okay, let's see. 104 here. Let's see.
With pleasure. Before we start this part of the teaching, as I said to you before, Keshe Foundation is involved in research and development in different universities in different part of the world. One of the researchers which we started with Corona, with the leading scientists in the world to do the research, was that as coronavirus was not available, more or less to no one, we had to test and ask the universities and scientists to test different viruses in a full research development university structure with a permission and license from the university to do the research using the Keshe Foundation technology and materials. Number of these researchers, following expansion of the science of the Keshe Foundation with viruses, has come to conclusion. And after a year, scientific papers for them are ready to be published in international journals. One of the things which we looked and was founded and financed to test that it was parallel and very similar to what we call corona, was the research and development in herpes. As you remember, some 3-4 years ago, in one of the journals of the Keshe Foundation, Plasma Time, I released papers about the work of the herpes in the body of the man. The scientific data, the research paper is 100% convincing and completed, and confirms that a specific new mixtures of gases has reduced the strength of the virus by 1,000 times. If you had 10,000 viruses, now it drops by 3 zeros to 10. The scientific paper will be published in one of the leading journals around the world in the coming weeks, as the final part of it is ready for submission. We have already seen this work in other dimensions, and for this reason, Keshe Foundation has launched and will launch a new work in this dimension. And what we call the Keshe Foundation on the commercial side will provide systems that most and all of you can purchase through the Keshe Foundation as part of the international test trial. And we collect the data for scientific conformation of the paper. In a coming short time, Keshe Foundation will launch on the same basis of same technology, confirming the safety of the gases we produce, which has already been done for the skin and digestion in China and Iran. We launch this new product for what we call the tip, the lip, and the hip. We try to see the influences of the plasma on tip, which we call migraine, hay fever. The lip, as we see herpes usually on the lips. And the hip is for the cycle of the pain most of the women go through menstruation. These are not digesting system. These are to be used on the skin only and nothing else. And is by agreement, is by donation, and is for you to accept to be part of this, what we call trials or testing, that we can gather in what we call at your own time, your own free time, with your own responsibility to test and report back. We have brought in people in the Keshe Foundation which will immediately collect and respond to these what we call trials. We do not enter in any shape or form in any other direction. And this is literally for you to donate for the research to be further evaluated. And it's not for you to drink it. It's non-drinkable product. It has to be used only on the skin. And then you send your report back. What do you see? How fast was effective? If especially you've seen the herpes pack after 2-3 times of use. And you have to understand the herpes is a virus, goes, as we explained, on the middle of the skin. And as the skin is part of the brain, we've seen scientific research in the past, a large number of people with herpes around their lips end up with Alzheimer's because then it affects the layer of the skin, it connects to that. So in the coming time, when you go to the Keshe Foundation, what we call website, fill in the form, and then you make the donation, and the foundation operators which is set up will send you as a free gift for you to test what we call new trials, but you have to fill in a form and you have to keep to it because this data is important. There's a limited number of these are available, and then we expand it if the research data comes as it's expected, and we publish it. Do not forget that the Keshe Foundation as an institute and Keshe Foundation as a journal or scientific journal, we publish our own work and we do our own structural work. As an international organization, there is no boundaries for our work, and there is no limitation for you to test the new dimensions in the gain of the knowledge. The scientific report comes from one of the leading universities and one of the leading scientists in that university has done the research with a collective number of other scientists in this university. And the papers for it as it's published will be published collaterally with the Keshe Foundation plasma type. This is another small step towards the handling of the next tests of officially done by universities and international institutes for handling the viruses in space. You got to understand, we cannot take waters to the space to overcome viruses. We do these tests to understand the fields created, to be able to make systems that the interaction of the fields in the universe we can overcome and build this in our systems to overcome viruses. in a future space unit, viruses will be introduced as part of the structure. Viruses as fields, not as a virus, which means that in the future space technology, any viruses in space will be absorbed by the system that never reaches the man. Or if the man absorbs it outside the flight system, can pass it on to the system to absorb it. This is part of the further development and research of the Keshe Foundation in deep space travel. You decide to travel with the spaceship, you try to travel with the soul. Either way, even the souls can be interacted, and they will come in interaction as they are themselves made of plasma fields with what we call loose field packages of the universe. We call them the viruses in the universal language. So we enter this new era with the scientific papers which are done, the research is completed, that with your help and your cooperation, if you suffer from especially herpes, and you know that people with all these things on their lips, and you see very often with any, and then when they just need to kiss a child and they pass on and damages a child for the rest of life, these now can be tested and then will come as a product in the next few months and years out of the Keshe Foundation for this purpose. But now we're going through the what we call testing and trials. You volunteer yourself and you test it yourself. And with Keshe Foundation, let us know, as is done now by the universities. The same is with tip, lip, and hip package. And let's see how much knowledge, how fast you can respond back to us. We need to collect this data. With a limited number of items will be available to see what will be, what is the indication. We'll keep you posted. More, as we say, this test now directly will be monitored on hourly basis by the Keshe Foundation, which we have put a person in charge to see how the volunteers will react and what they report back to us. And this will bring three of the more what I call menaces in this planet. We see many people suffering with, hopefully, to some sort of understanding. And then we pass this into the world of pharmaceutical, let them to come up with the international distribution and commercialization. Rick, if you are ready to go for, if you have any questions that we can answer.
Okay, sure. I was just showing briefly the website from the KF Wikipedia. It's actually an article from the KF Plasma Times of January 2019 with your article about the viruses, the energy packages of the universe. And it's quite involved there. We posted the link, people can check that out as a prelude to your current research that's ongoing in this topic. Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Okay, very good. So you can go to the Keshe Wiki to read this paper, also get involved in the research project. And again, these products are for the outside of the skin and not to be taken internally, but it seems like he said this is one of the three menaces on this planet that's affecting humanity. And of course, it seems to lead, because the skin is connected to the brain, obviously it's affecting our thinking. He may have had a word or two more. Let me just see.
Okay, let's get back to the workshop here. So we'll open.
Yes, as I recall, he must have said it earlier that this, once it's been tested and again published, it'll be turned over to some sort of pharmaceuticals, and this may be what we're going to be calling plasmaceuticals, to get involved, in which the pharmaceuticals are well aware of this technology. And I thought he had said it would be called plasmaceuticals rather than pharmaceuticals. Okay. Anyone have any comments? If not, we are going to go to the Dome of Peace, which again is another one of our projects. So you can be involved in research here. You can be involved in translating, transcribing, as we've seen so many of the beautiful knowledge seekers involved in, supporting the other wellness centers, which I know Arizona is gearing up. They've been waiting quite a while. I haven't heard any new updates at this point in time, but I know it's very close to these systems arriving, at least in Arizona. Tehran again, they seem to have taken a different track temporarily. And of course, Austria. They're probably already in Austria. But anyway, the Dome of Peace is another project where we spread the GAN's waters on Sunday at 12 p.m. CET or 18 p.m. CET, as whatever time suits you. And this is an ongoing project until we bring the soul of this planet into a peaceful condition, a permanent peaceful condition. And that's what he said earlier when he was referring to Iran and using this technology or trying to in the wrong way. This technology is supposed to be for bringing peace to the man, not to be used defensively, yes, but not to be used as an offensive situation, as I understand it. But anyway, let's go to the Dome of Peace. And again, the waters can be spread at any time, day or night. But Sunday is the collective time. And maybe when we work collectively, the strength is could be even stronger. I don't know the exact reason for this collective, but he said this was for something for our physicality to do. And then we'll go to the next step after this, which is a little in the other workshop. But let's hear right here. Hopefully it starts right away.
I will look for it. I don't know if anyone want to read this demo piece. Anyone want to offer?
I
With
will
a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Okay, so this was introduced sometime around August of 2021. And that was in the 181st workshop. And then if we go to the 216th, One Planet, One Nation, One Race, One Universe, I know he referred to that in the last workshop as well. This is an add-on. And this is where we can start using our souls to interact with things. And the beautiful member, Shweta, will actually, she is going to read this for us. So again, this is taking it from, as he's always said, we use the matter state to reach the level of understanding of the soul of the man. And I think once we reach this level, collectively and individually, but collectively as well, the changes on this planet, we will see them in the physicality, but we'll provide the solutions on the soul level or on the star level or on the energy level, which will be much quicker. And again, the souls have to agree, but this is the way we'll start working. And of course, if all the souls or many of the souls are thinking in this direction, as he said with the negotiators and the world leaders and the others, once we elevate their souls, the soul has no choice but to move in the direction of peace. So let's hear what we can, what is said here. And thank you, Shweta.
Okay, I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the dome of peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. MD Keshe. Thank you. If anybody wants to.
Thank you, Shweta, very much for delivering that so beautifully and your beautiful voice. Now let's see if we can go to 5 minutes of silence and exercise the power of our souls. And again, this will take some practice. And that's what Mr. Keshe said originally when we were talking about elevating the souls of the 5+1 peace negotiation. He said he would handle the physicality and giving us an opportunity to test and to work with our souls and do this elevation on through the power of the soul, let's say. You could also consider it praying. I think it's very similar, as he says, when you pray for your systems or you pray for your reactors. So, and the beauty of all of this is no one fails this test. So we can all do it. We can all add individual fields. We're here gathered together. And he talks about the souls of the 5+1 peace negotiators, the soul of the International Atomic Energy Agency, all souls working for peace in Vienna, the soul of humanity, the soul of world leaders and religious leaders of planet Earth. And because of what he just said about meeting with the American ambassador, let's elevate the souls of those in Iran and Russia, leadership, Sabah as well, for their elevation. So let's take 5 minutes of silence. And let me just look at the second hand of the clock. And we'll be right back in 5 minutes. But again, this gives us a chance to practice using the power of the soul. The spraying of the Gans for the physicality, the elevation through the power of the soul. So let's take 5 minutes and we'll come back. And thank you all very much for participating in the power of the soul. As Mr. Keshe said, working in the matter state takes a lot of physicality and a lot of energy, but working at the soul level is easy and doesn't take as much energy. I was all thinking about one string as we're doing this collectively. And one string isn't too strong by itself in, let's say, the matter state. But when you twirl many strings around that one string, it becomes much, much stronger and it can accomplish more. And I just felt that we've added sort of a tinkling or a message to all these ones that all of you have elevated at this point in time. And again, we've all passed this test because we all have different field strengths to add. And those souls can take from the different field strength, whatever one seems to match up with theirs. So we want them to move in the correct direction towards peace. And that's why we're working on the soul level and so forth. So please keep all of this in the entire embodiment of humanity in your elevations whenever you do this. I've asked my soul to continue to do it, even though sometimes I consciously don't remember and we get involved in more of these matter state activities. But Mr. Keshe said he does most of his work, or 90% of his work, on the soul level. So thank you all for participating and exercising the power of your souls. I think Alex should be ready to come in. If anyone wants to say anything at this point, please feel free to. But the beauty of this working through the soul is that no one fails. So we've all done a beautiful job in adding to the elevation of all these negotiators and whoever else you've added to it as well. I know Alex usually asks me to play the disclaimer at this point before he starts to share. And that's no problem. Alex, are you still with us? Yes, I see your mic has opened.
I just didn't want to get any feedback.
Okay, no, there was no feedback at all. We want to welcome you very much again to another teaching or sharing in the Keshe Foundation. As Mr. Keshe said, he said, I don't teach anything I haven't already done, which I said, wow, if we all use that principle, we wouldn't be sharing too much, I don't think, because he's done all these things. He doesn't teach anything, he said, he hasn't already done. But we know that we can share knowledge. We all have a different piece of this puzzle. And by putting it all together collectively, we can learn more. We're all students and we're all teachers, or sharers, let's say. As Shweta said, we're all shareholders in this beautiful bouquet that's being put together by the Keshe Foundation. So why don't I go ahead and play the disclaimer, and then feel free to start whenever you'd like, Alex. Thank you again for joining us today.
Thank you very much.
I'll just rewind this. And this out of the way.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And I just want to say also thank you to Jefferson for putting all those links in the chat for us to the store and the wiki, as well as the Create the Future contest. And I see that a couple of people have voted. So help me welcome Alex on the soul level for another interesting and provocative way of teaching and getting us to think and understand a little bit more step by step about the plasma. I know he goes from the beginner level to the advanced level and all ways in between. So thank you, Alex, for being here and providing a valuable service to humanity and sharing your understanding and what you'd like to bring. So very beautiful. Thank you, Alex.
Thank you very much, Mark, for that wonderful introduction. And I want to welcome everybody from the North American team for today's presentation. And as we know that the strength of this team expands beyond the border of North America. And as you can see by the medallions, we are growing. And what we are trying to do in various ways and means is to have science and the soul of man meet together for the purposes of peace. And it sounds like a flippant comment, and sometimes we are very flippant, but it's a very serious affair. And it's a difficult thing to talk about sometimes, but we've come to an existential crisis. And so here we are on this beautiful Sunday afternoon, and I want to welcome everybody to the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings in plasma science. We are at the advanced insight level. Today's subject is feedback. And my name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is May the 22nd of 2022. This is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. As was mentioned, this is part of an ongoing series of public teachings for new knowledge seekers and for mature knowledge seekers. And as such, I frequently take the liberties to repeat and repeat and then repeat again. And the reason to do that is to not only reinforce, but to review in different context. And so we started with basic teachings, went to intermediate teachings, and now we're in advanced teachings. But we've broken that up into teaching, understanding, knowing, and insight. And so as you can see, we are at the tail end of the insight category. This is the advanced insight, and it's the fourth in a series. And this is for new knowledge seekers. And because new knowledge seekers someday will become teachers, and it is for mature knowledge seekers as well, to help them understand different points of view, different context, and to understand what we mean by feedback. Today we'll be doing a discussion on this particular subject because we're still having trouble differentiating between what we call the plasma science and the physical science. and the other sciences that somehow find themselves in between. And so we're hoping to shed a little clarity. And as this is the May 2-4 weekend, that in Canada is very, very important because it gives us another excuse to get that case of 24 beer and get drunk so that we don't have to live with the reality. And maybe it gives us a chance to engage in some nostalgia. It's a very important weekend. Gives us a chance to reminisce about the 70s, because there's a lot of talk this week about the 70s. And so, we think of the music back then. Popular song was California Dreaming. And so this is the thing. We were full of dreams. We dreamt about electric vehicles. And we dreamt about UFOs. And interestingly enough, these are major topics of discussion today. But we're not interested in talking about ancient technology. We are interested in, this is the year 2022, and we need to remember the words of John Lennon in this music that he gave to the song Imagine, and the song that he wrote, Give Peace a Chance. In that regard, nothing much has changed, and we are on the verge of making a difference there, because we are in the countdown. We're feeling the pressure. June the 6th is less than T-minus 15 days and counting. And we are looking at a new kind of launch so that man can finally exit the nest and join the universal community if he so wishes. And this pressure is real. As we've seen in the game of musical chairs, as the circle of chairs gets smaller and smaller, the pressure increases. And in the musical chair version of life, we don't have less players, we have more players in the game, more players coming to the game, and the pressure increases. And so we find that we get to this pressure point at the core. And we find that we cannot stay within that same dimension. We have to change the dimensions to relieve that pressure. So this pressure with respect to our lack of understanding of the plasma technology can be unbearable. And that unbearable pressure sometimes causes a flash from an explosion. Or it may just be a glow, or it may be a glitter. All of these have things to do with light and pressure. And as forces come together, they exert a lot of pressure. And so we have a ceramic cup of pressure to help man alleviate that pressure. And so one of the ways that we alleviate the pressure is we don't have to get drunk on the May 2-4 weekend. So the price of gasoline in Canada is over $9 a gallon. And to help us pay for that more than 100% increase in price, had to put sanctions on the beer. So I'm celebrating the May 2-4 weekend without beer. As a matter of fact, without alcohol of any kind. This is the way to alleviate the pressure, because as Mark has said, Mr. Keshe has already been there and done that. I'm traveling through uncharted skies, and I hope you enjoy the ride today, because what we're hoping is we're all following a moral and sober leader. And so I, as a teacher, have to become a student. And I asked, can you hear me? Or you only believe what you see? But somehow we make positioning choices by default. And we're trying to sort all this out. And we see that the easiest way to sort it out is to get elevated. And how do we do that? Because to get there, we have to travel a very, very rough road. And as we're only a few weeks away from a major turning point, because we are wanting to see the feedback from our in-house testing. And we will shortly progress to out-house testing, and we're all good at that, aren't we? As we try and tune into the universe, turn on to the energy, and drop out of our resistance, our physical resistance to the future. And so we always have these favorite questions when it comes to what is the beginning matter? Which came first, the chicken or the egg? And we like to make tempests in our teapots. And as we discuss this and argue and debate, question which one is the feeder? The answer is neither one, because both are part of the feedback system. Chicken is a physical feedback, and so is the egg a physical feedback. And many of us eat chickens, and we even eat eggs. So which one do you prefer first? Well, the thing is that first came the principal matter, and that's why it's called the principal matter, because it's part of the feeding system. These are the PM ticks that travel through the universe. And when they travel through the universe, they're traveling magnetically. These are energy parceling units, and they diverge all over the universe. And then they have to dilute together into a force field. And they blend. And that blend includes the principal matter, the transition matter, and the convergence matter. And all this is part of the plasmagen conversion. The conversion to an environment. The conversion into a MAGRAV condition, which is gravitational, and which is also part of the environment. And the environment is the feedback system. And so the range between the feeding and the feedback is the MAGRAV condition. And we have a lot of confusion, as I say, what is plasmatic and what is physical. And so we try to define manifestation in looking at the difference between the stacker unit, which is kind of like our spine, and the universal unit, which is like our brain. And the thing is that two fields come together, they manifest to form another. So the formation of any field is a manifestation, and it is the plasma feeding that leads to this manifestation. But we come to this observation that the manifestation could be non-tangible or tangible, non-visible or visible, therefore plasmatic or physical. And even we see that there's a difference between the dark matter and the light matter. So there is a plasmatic reality, always. And there is a physical reality sometimes. So the manifestation is a form artifact. And we said it's a touchy-feely kind of thing, but the touchy is physical. The feely can be physical or emotional. And so the emotion of presence is also a form artifact of all of this that we're talking about is energy in motion. And so when we're discussing this with relationship to our soul we find that we have a real battle going on, and that is a tugging at our soul and an anchorage of our soul within this planet. And this planet is trying to position itself in the emotion of presence, which is basically the midpoint between the emotion of the past and the emotion of the future. And it implies a straight line relationship, but it's not. It's curved. And the reason it's curved is because the future is affected by the present, and the present is affected by the past. But in the absence of a change, then you could extrapolate to the future. But when you introduce an independent variable, which is what we are, and when we introduce an action, which we are independent variables of action, then the future and the past cannot have such a simple relationship unless there is some sabotage involved. And so we have had this battle of tugging and anchorage because we are not understanding this transformation from our soul travel to our body travel. So we're having an understanding gap of transportation. And so transformation is one mode of transportation, and the physical body is another mode of transportation, and there's a common ground. So if this looks kind of too complicated, let me just simplify it. The emotions of presence is the soul to physicality link. And it is, as is, the link between the feeding of the sun to the feedback of the planet, Earth, our planet, Earth. And so we find that the sun operates on a different energy level than the Earth. You know that the sun radiates and the Earth irradiates. But is it a feeder or is it feedback? In other words, can the feeding system be the feedback system, or can the feedback system be the feeding system? And so what we have to understand in terminology is specifically, what are we talking about? So in the plasma science, there is a soul of the sun. The manifestation of the sun is manifested from the sun's soul. What we're saying is the soul of the sun and the sun's soul are not the same. And so the manifestation of the sun's soul is the sun itself. And so the sun itself is the physical sun. And so by extension, then we can say that the soul of the earth is the feeding of the earth. And the earth's soul is the feedback. But the soul of the earth and the earth's soul is not the same. And the earth itself is the physical manifestation or feedback of the earth's soul feeding. And so all things in combination. So when we take the relationship of the soul of the sun and the soul of the earth, then we can manifest the earth soul. And so we can work all these combinations, and we're going to talk about that more next week. But we have to understand that between each of these energy levels, and these are all different energy levels, there's a feeding and there's a feedback. And so what are we talking about when we talk about the soul of the sun and the soul of the earth? So let's just look at the earth and what we discussed last week. We find that the minerals have souls. And we find that in Chile, we can mine copper, and in Indonesia, we can mine gold, and in the Middle East, we can mine oil. And so these are all byproducts of the earth. And the earth rotates. And the earth has a soul. But the copper seems to have gathered in the West, the gold has gathered in the East, and the oil has gathered in the Middle East, and it's not scrambled. If you've ever had scrambled eggs, you understand that you have individual eggs and you put them together and rotate, and you will scramble your eggs. Well, we don't have scrambled minerals. We are able to extract these minerals, and these minerals have a soul, and they remain intact, whether we take them from the Middle East and we ship them west, or we take the copper from the west and we ship that to the east, or whether we take the gold and distribute it right around the world. These minerals, how they were mined, remain intact. So therefore, the soul of the feeder of these minerals and the soul of the feedback of these minerals are two different souls. And because they're staying within the earth as a resource, the soul of the earth is able to differentiate between copper in the west and gold in the east. And when we mine this, and if we take the copper to the east and the gold to the west, it still remains in its physicality. So therefore, that soul is not compromised. So if the soul of the earth were to be compromised, you wouldn't be able to do that. So there has to be an earth soul. And if the minerals have a soul, because they interact with the earth soul to create the physicality of the mineral, and then you can transport that around. So then the mineral soul has not been compromised either. So there's a soul of the minerals, there's a mineral soul, and there's a physical mineral as well. So what this is the physical representation of the new atomic math that we've been talking about. And so when we looked at the periodic table of elements, we've seen that the mass of the neutron is how we differentiate the different elements. But in the plasma atomic math, we have to include not only the neutron mass and proton mass and electron mass, but there's always been something missing, something that we've always been fudging. And it's the mass of the P and ticks, which we said are the feeding systems, plus the total mass of the matter gen, antimatter, and dark matter, which is part of the feedback system. So the totality is achieved through energy level balancing and positioning, because energy is always in motion. And because energy is always in motion, we have when two, that is all things in combination, when two come together, then there's a creation. And so the question is, well, what exactly are we creating? because we could be creating a mess as well. Well, the universal harvesting system is well organized and it breeds self-enhancement. Man-made system, which we call loosh harvesting, involves self-consumption and the lying, cheating, and stealing of others. And so what we're saying here is that the universal harvesting comes from the universal feeding, and the loosh harvesting comes from the feedback. And so this creates a point of conflict. So we say, well, when we look at business, and we see that there are conflicts of interest. So we have inventors of things, and we have investors into things, and both are chasing money, and they share it with the shareholders. But in the process, the rewards are altered by involving food security, borders, and friction, and the pursuit of riches. And so we are dependent on the feedback feeding. And if this sounds confusing, I'm sorry. What we're trying to do is add some clarity here, because when we see all that glitters, we can clearly see that the gold is in the physicality and the sun is a radiant globe. But it too is in physicality. So what is the difference? So when we look at the periodic table of elements, the manifestation of these elements is the product, is the byproduct of the feeding system. We didn't say which feeding system. So what is represented here is the four important components of the amino acid, which is your hydrogen, carbon, nitrogen, and oxygen. The salt environment, which we're talking about the sodium, magnesium, potassium, or calcium. And the physical constituents, our basic needs. The zinc is emotional, the copper is physical, and the iron is has to do with the blood. And of course, this schizophrenic hydrogen, we don't exactly know where it is, where it goes, and it's really hard to pinpoint it because it keeps moving. And so sometimes that energy comes and just bounces off. We call that reflection. And so in terms of physicality, when we look at, let's say, a pair of blue jeans, they absorb everything that they are, and they reflect what they aren't. So if what they reflect is blue, and what they reflect is what they are not, then they're not blue jeans. And I can tell you they're not green jeans either. But they do emit something, and they have to emit because the genes themselves are a magrav. So what do they emit? Well, they emit a very low energy representative of their magrav condition, which is genes. So what we're looking at is as a feeding byproduct. So when we produce GANs, we find that two major GANs that we're able to produce, a zinc GANs and a CO2 GANs. Then when we try and identify them by their spectrum and see, well, gee whiz, you know, it's kind of hard to tell because they're both kind of white. And then in the middle of the GANs, there's nothing, it's vanished. But you can see right through there. So it isn't just vanished, it's also transparent. So how can it be there and still not be visible? because it has to be there because it's displayed the Gantz. We can see the Gantz, which is physical, and we can see the whole, although it's not there, but we can see that it's not there. And then we can look right through the hole and see to the other side. And so we find that this feedback of what we're seeing is actually a feeding byproduct. So we're still confused between feeding and feedback. Well, understand, when we're trying to identify and say, this is me and this is not me, by putting a border, we are saying this is me, so that's the feedback to what I am. And this is not me, well, that's another feedback to what I'm at. Well, if I'm me and I'm not me, and there's a border in between, but at what point is that border me, and at what point is that border not me? So there's got to be some point in between, and I can't see what that point is. So that becomes the vanishing point. And the vanishing point then becomes the point between 2 points. And so this leads us to the fundamental principle of the twinity. And so what we see is that the speed of rotation of the plasma of the electron is dictated by amount of the magnetic fields, which are transferred from the large twin plasma of the proton to the plasma of the smaller twin plasma of the electron. And the combination of the electron and proton is an atom. And this happens to be the construct of the hydrogen atom, because the hydrogen atom does not have a neutron, but all the other elements have a neutron. So what we see is between the two, that we see that there's a transmission on the x-axis by rotation, a transition on the y-axis through the poles, and there's a crossover point. And we don't know exactly how we cross over from the linear to the circular, so we fudge it with the pi, 3 and a bit, whatever that bit is. And so we now understand that our emotions can also do a co-creation. And so we have the emotion of the soul of man, and we also have an emotion of the soul of the body. Well, how can we tell the difference? There's got to be some kind of fudge factor between those two, because as you can see, we can go through various dimensions, and each of these dimensions have this geometry. And fortunately for us, when we wake up in the morning, we always wake up within our body. So we've done a lot of target practice, even though we don't know when we did that, right? There are things that we don't know. So our point of existence is actually the transmutation point that comes from the verification point of transmission from the validation point of transition. And this balance is invisible. And so the transmutation is actually the crossing over of the vanishing point. And when we cross over, we're still in a balanced position. Well, which way do we go? Do we go into the plasmatic reality, or do we go into the physical reality? And what are our limitations? And where exactly is this place in between, which we now call no man's land? And we know it exists because somehow from there to here, we got there, and we can actually go back. And but we don't understand this, so this is where our soul limitations come in. So to unlimit our soul limitations, we have to understand that beyond the vanishing point, we have a capability of dematerializing. And from the point of transparency where we're standing, we have a capability of materializing. And we know that because you're here, because you were born. And somehow, from the point of dematerialization to the point of materialization, there's this crossover point through no man's land, which we don't know where that is. Because, you know, we're used to dealing with, say, 2 dimensions, transmission, transition, and this is a 2-dimension, and both these dimensions are feedback, but they're not well represented of our reality because we live in a 3-dimensional world, don't we? But it's still a feedback, 3 feedback dimensions. And we are none of these 3 dimensions. So we, as the observer, fudger, we are in the 4th dimension, because you can't be part of the 3 dimensions and observe it. So you're part of something else. I don't know what that is. And furthermore, I don't know if it's a feeding dimension or a feedback dimension, right? So we're asking too many questions, but maybe we're finally asking the right questions, because when we ask the right questions, we may get the right answers. So we understand that the GANS comes from the air. So the feeding system consists of the plasmatic nitrogen, plasmatic hydrogen, plasmatic oxygen, and plasmatic carbogen. This constitutes the plasmatic amino acid, non-visible, non-physical. And then we create the amino acid, which is physical. And it's still nitrogen, hydrogen, carbogen, and oxygen, but it's part of the environmental feedback system. What environment are we talking about? Well, we're talking about our Earth. And so on this Earth, we have a basic DNA. And so this DNA is in a helical coil, and there's a link. And there's 2 strands, and one is coming and one is going. One is magnetical, one is gravitational. But then we have a perpendicular set. One is RNA and one is DNA. And so the RNA is feeding to the DNA. And so the representation is within the range on this planet. And so we could see that we have physicality and we have plasma. And so there's this transition between the plasma and the physicality, which is the dynamic plasma. And so our position in the plasma physics is it replaces the nuclear physics. So today, we are at the point where we have to make a determination on who we're going to gamble with. Are we going to gamble with the madmen? Or are we going to gamble with the madmen? And so place your bets, ladies and gentlemen, because the fact of the matter is that our environment is feeding us. And the reason it's feeding us is because we have a preference for this environment. And what we have to understand is that our preference for this environment was Earth and not Mars. If our preference would have been Mars, we would be having this discussion on Mars. But why would we want to go to Mars and terraform Mars when Earth is already terraformed? And if we could understand why Earth was terraformed and how it was done so, then we could do that on Mars. But we are making a mess of our planet here And then we have the audacity to think that we can terraform Mars, which we've already proven that we can't even terraform Earth. And we wonder, why are we constantly looking at this environmental feeding from the Earth? Is because we have a preference for the Earth. That's why we're here. And why the Earth? Well, that has to do with some sentimentality. Because what we have a preference for is our physicality. And what we have a sentimentality for is our physicality on this environment. So two things, our physicality on the physical Earth. So our preference is our physicality, and our sentimentality is of the Earth, not Mars. But the thing is that we have this global amnesia. And the thing is, we have this similar amnesia when we dream. And sometimes we get a glimpse of our dreams, but we know that when we finish dreaming, we come into our physicality. But also we know that we were born into our physicality. So how we were born is something that we have difficulty remembering. And how we pass through the night and wake up in the morning in our physicality, we also have difficulty remembering. So there's a common ground, and there's a common ground between all of us, a common denominator. And so this is a collective amnesia. We don't know how we got here, and we don't know how we go from the dream state to the physical state. But the thing is, we all got here, and we're all able to go to sleep, and we're all able to wake up in the morning. And so there is a collective soul that abides by the preference of being in our physicality with the sentimentality of being on our planet. And so what does that mean? That means the way we were born is through trust. We trusted to be born. And we trust that we can awaken from the sleep. So because of our preference and because of our sentimentality, we have a tendency to physicality. And this tendency is the physicality reference point of our preference and our sentimentality. And what this is the proof of inner space. And so when we're looking at the picture of the somatids, which we see in this picture, which is only 30,000 times the magnification, understanding that we can increase that by at least 4 times today. But we see that there's a tremendous size difference between the red blood cell, which is represented by the big circles, and those tiny white dots. Those are somatids, and you see the relationship there. And doesn't that remind you of the relationship between the electrons and the protons, which are 1,849 times larger than electrons? But there's a gap. There's a gap in between. There's nothing there. There's a no man's land in between the red blood cell and the somatid. And the red blood cell produces somatid. And since this is a picture, you can't see that. But if this was a moving picture, which is what the somatoscope shows, a moving picture of blood in action, where the blood produces the somatid, and the somatid is capable of moving. And the way it moves is with reference to other somatids and with reference to other blood cells and with reference to anything else that's in there. And so the healthy red blood cells produce somatids. And the quantity of somatids produced is directly proportional to the health of the red blood cell. In other words, a healthy red blood cell produces a lot of somatids. This is the essence of the vitality of physicality. And it is also the essence of the vitality of the emotional spectrum as well. And since the blood is the anchorage for our physicality, which we prefer, and the sentimentality of the earth, which we prefer, and in a healthy environment, we see the abundance. This is the proof of inner space anchorage. And you have to question, why are these microscopes illegal? So we see that the focal point of light is actually our version of history. And so we take what we see and what we hear and we make a conversion. But maybe the reality is the inversion, because we are always concentrating on the physicality, which is a representation of the focus on divergence and the focus on convergence. But which way are we going? We don't know, because it all depends on our point of view. So if we look at the Earth point of view, and we look at the representation that we have with a double rainbow, and it's hard to see the second rainbow, but this double rainbow is opposite to the first rainbow in terms of its color sequence. And inside the first rainbow, the inside is blue, but inside the second rainbow, the color is red. But the colors represent the physicality. So the outside of the outside rainbow is part of the feedback, and the inside of the inside rainbow is part of the feedback. So in between the two rainbows, which is a different color and it's much darker than the color in the other two fields, this becomes the feeding zone. And it's transparent because we can see one zone to the other zone, but there's nothing in the middle zone. It's made of dark matter. And this becomes the transition zone. Sorry, the transmission zone, because it is the point of motion that travels around the earth, because the rainbow follows the curvature of the earth and it is seen by both rainbows. So therefore the transmission zone, which is in between these two rainbows, also follows the rotation of the planet. And so we see that if we are in the third dimension within the physicality and we are part of the feedback system, and we can see transparently to the outside, which is part of the feedback system, then when we look at the fourth dimension where we can't see anything and we're not part of that system, what is it? And so that's the gap. And so if we review the nanocoating that we see on a copper wire, we find that the nanocoating is in layers. And there's a synergy that develops where you have 1 and 1 is more than 2. And we have these star formations that develop. And then the question is, are they head to head or tail to tail? And so when we compare this to the cover of book number 1, and we see the representation of the Magrav, where there's the physicality and the plasmatic reality. And we can see that that star formation also can be head to head or tail to tail. And these are the core components of the balance between feeding and feedback, right? But we don't know if it's feeding or feedback because we don't know which way is forward, which way is backward. And we don't know if it's upside down or what. And then when we can't see the link, we'll say, well, it's vanished. But we can see from one side to the other because that little tiny red dot in the bottom right-hand corner, that's our tiny little perfect world, which is entrenched in this vast universe. So our universe, that teeny tiny red dot, is only a part of the rest of the universe. And so we are obviously can see our little planet, but we can also see the rest of the universe. But what we can't see is the link. So when we talked about lamination a week ago, we can see that if we line up all the map graphs together, they create a synergistic structure. And when you have that synergy where 1 and 1 is more than 2, and because it's in motion, it has to go somewhere. So you now have a plasmatic superconductivity that is derived from the laminar flow. And so the laminar flow is magnetical within the constitution of gravitational. So getting back to this rainbow, we find that the outer rainbow is an inversion of the inner rainbow. And if the outer field is 3 dimensions and the inner field is 3 dimensions, and those dimensions are visible, and this field in between is non-visible, then somehow there is a connection of each color. So the flow in the outer rainbow is along the red lamination, and the blue will follow the blue lamination. But likewise, on the inner rainbow, the red will follow the red lamination, and the blue will follow the blue lamination. So the connection is the red to the red and the blue to the blue, because that's how we got from here to there. But the thing is, even between the colors, there is a transition. There's this no man's land in between each of these colors, because at some point, the violet becomes blue, or the blue becomes violet. It all depends on which way you're going. And what is that point? Can we touch it? Can we see it? Or is it just somewhere in no man's land? And so we kind of, one moment we're blue, next moment we're green. What happened in between? I don't know. I'm not exactly sure. And so this is what happens when we die. We say, well, this is me, and now I'm dead. This is not me. But we leave our body behind. You spend all your life taking care of your body, and then when you die, you say, oh, well, you just throw that in the garbage. And so if your body is me, and then when you die, your body suddenly becomes not me. Still confused. So what we find is that this area of transmission between these two physicalities is what we're talking about, the peace dome. Because the peace dome is not you, but it is a representation of you as part and parcel of the collective soul. And so part and parcel of the collective soul is the transmutation represented by the field strength of the Z-axis. And when you have this field strength, you need to know the strength of the flow and the direction of the flow. And what determines that is the charge gradient and the gradient charge. And in that process, there is a plasma at the core. And when you have two fields with two plasmas, and these plasmas interact, then you have a dynamism. And so within each core, there's a energy in motion, and between the plasmas, there is energy in motion. So there's always a relationship reference. And this is how we can transcend these different energy levels. And these energy levels are all relationship references where two fields come together and they form another. So this is the byproduct of synergy. And the field strength is a susceptibility. So can it remain, or can it go, or can it be a catalyst between two references? And so we find that we can actually transcend these different dimensions within the range of this planet. If we can transcend these different dimensions within the ranges on this planet, then isn't it obvious that we can transcend the dimensions within the ranges on other planets? Because the plasma feeding rule, you see, it's a feeding rule. The higher strength feeds the weaker strength. So what is stronger and what is weaker? Isn't that the question? And so when we look at how the universe is created, it follows these rules. It exists from energy. Energy is always in motion. So energy is always positive. So the charge is actually the charge in motion, whether it's positive or negative. Well, there's always a convergence into a plasmatic reality. And so when we look on the cover of book number 1, the universal order of creation of matters, we see the convergence of these various forces, which may or may not be physical. And so where we come into conflict is when we don't understand this feeding role. We don't understand what higher strength means. So higher strength is feeding. Higher strength is not robbing, is not lying, cheating, stealing, and killing. And this is where we have a conflict. There's a point of conflict, which represents the conflict we have with these fields and these fields of understanding. And so all of these things obey the basic rules of magnetical principles of plasmatic attraction and repulsion. It's as simple as that. The attraction is gravitational, the repulsion is magnetical. So if you're a structure that has attracted energy in a gravitational form, that manifestation is the feedback. And if you're emitting energy on a magnetical basis, that is the energy that you're feeding. So what you're feeding is what you give your time and attention to. And the feedback is a direct result of what you're feeding. This is the whole point, because we're talking about a two-way street. Unfortunately, we call gravitational natural decay because we're losing energy. So there's a decay in the amount of energy that is being contained within the Maggrav condition, but it is still a creation. And then if we add the energy, it becomes a natural creation. So it's easy to understand the creation because we plant a seed that grows into a plant. So obviously there is creation, or we are a baby and we grow into an adult. So obviously there is a creation. But, you know, as an adult, we grow old and maybe we decay. So what does that mean? That means we are not emitting the right energy and we're not absorbing the right energy, or we're not giving enough of what it takes. And how much does it take? It takes what you need, no more, no less. This is the fundamental principle of the nuclear decay of the neutron, because in the process of creating the atom, the electron-proton combination, there's also creation of the PM tick, which the PM tick is the feeding system, and the electron-proton atom is the feedback system. So now we understand that whether we are in the creation, and that's a two-way street, so the creation is opposite to the decay, or we're in the decay, which is a two-way street in the relationship between the creation and decay. And then if there's an overall creation two-way street, and there's an overall decay two-way street, then there's an unseen bonding factor, which when we don't understand it, we kind of have to fudge it, but you know it's there. And how do you know that? Because we can always tell what something is through its plasmatic spectrum or its physicality spectrum. And there's a crossover point. So whether it's on Earth or whether it's in space, there's a crossover point over no man's land. There's the bond between here and there. This is the covalent bond. The covalent bond that is unseen, but it follows the basic principles of plasma feeding. And so this is how we make the cups of life. And today it's even more important to make the cups of life than ever, because each cup of life creates a magnetical and a gravitational field, the giving and the taking of energy. Well, one cup happens to be emotional and one cup happens to be physical. And if we want the exclusive determination to be emotional or physical, then keep the batches at least 1 meter apart, because fields do interact. But if we keep the cups together, then they become the cup of man. And inside these cups, we create GANs, and we create amino acid, and we create water. And so we find that all of these creations come from the plasmatic air. And once we have this magnetical gravitational field force in each individual cup, then each individual cup gets a soul. And when these cups collectively work together, then collectively they have a magnetical gravitational field. And then collectively, they have the collective soul. So this is the principle of the matter plasma. When we look at the physicality, which we say is a feedback system, and the matter-gen state, which is plasmatic, is part of the feeding system. But not exclusively, is it? All it is a common denominator. There is a common denominator and there is a focal point. And so that focal point can be the physical matter state or the plasma matter state. And what is your focal point? Because you see, the energy feeding packs, the PM ticks, which create this spice of life, because there's 7 billion of us, all different, all independent variables. But we're all feeding through our emission of our dream energy. And we're also being fed through the indomitable spirit of the soul. So somehow, some way, we're crossing over this no man's land, where the energy that we can't see is manifested to the energy that we can see. And so this all becomes part of the MAGRAV feeding conversion, where the MAGRAV condition of what we can't see, the combination of the energy which comes in, and more energy comes in and is absorbed through the gravitational attraction. And from there, we can emit out, and even more out, the magnetical repulsion from a magnetosphere. So there is a range between the magnetosphere and the core. And at the core, we have this pressure of interaction of plasmatic fields with other plasmatic fields. And so the way the feeding is done is what we call susceptibility, and it's based on our points of view. So our point of view as a physical body is from our soul's point of view. And the earth's point of view as a physical body is from the earth's soul's point of view. And so this point of conversion, where we're converting by inverting between our soul and the earth soul to manifest into this physicality. And so we can actually transform from the transportation of our soul and transform into the transportation of our body into the transportation of the earth vehicle. So in order to do this, we have to have this inversion feeding. If we are feeding the red to the red, and in between there is no red, there has to be a connection. And that connection is the transition. And so some way, somehow, there's a feeding from the higher energy state. Well, if the higher energy state is this transmission rail in between the two rainbows, that's non-visible, non-tangible, means it has no color, and it's feeding, then it's feeding from another dimension into the basic 3 dimensions. So inside the rainbow, the red gets fed. Outside the rainbow, the red gets fed, but in a different sequence. And so we find that inside the rainbow, we are here, and outside the rainbow, we are there. And if we remember the game of tic-tac-toe, and we don't know whose turn it is because we don't see what's in between. We have X's and O's, but there's something missing, and it's this inversion feeding. And so the feeding is going to feed both. The feeding is going to feed both because it's of a higher energy level, and it can do so. And this is how we create the plasma dome, the peace dome. And so the rate of intention, the rate of transmission is based on the soul intention that is feeding. So what it is feeding is intention specific. And what the feedback is environment specific. And so the difference between the feeding and the feedback system as it crosses over no man's land is the difference between the emotion of presence and the presence of physicality. So when we created the first magraphs, which were physical rotating balls filled with physical GANs, and we drove them with physical motors to create the rotation, we found that the feedback was these plasmas, energies that we were getting back from the rotating fields. And then we found that from those fields, we created a plasmatic condition in the center point, the dynamic plasma. The dynamic plasma, which was the feedback feeding, because the physicality of those rotating balls are a feedback system of the plasmatic reality. And so when we have the feedback system working together synergistically, then the feedback system becomes the feeding system to the plasma. And so you can see that there are 4 balls, 3 on the lower level, 1 at the top level of the star formation with the feeding system, creating a feedback system in the center, which is the dynamic plasma. And so this is how the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. So the feedback system of the physicality is now feeding the feeding system of the plasma. And as we're trying to clarify the situation here, maybe we're confusing the issue. So let's understand. When we talk about the funnel feedback system, so we say that the feeding system is the soul of the man specific. And so the soul of the man has a preference. And that preference is a presence of physicality. And the feedback system is environment specific. And our environment is sentimentality attached to the earth. And so the emotion of presence is the link, the feeding of the soul intention, which is specific to our preference and our sentimentality. And that becomes the emotion of presence. And so our emotion of presence is part of the feedback system. And so we see our aura, which is the radiance from our soul. And the aura is emitted around our physicality, but then it comes back and it's literally fed back. So we literally feed ourselves. So if you're feeding misery and terrorism, then that's what you will get as a feedback. So it becomes very important what you're feeding as part of your radiance, because that becomes part of the feedback radiance. But is it of the same energy? And it can't be, because if it were, then there would be no energy in motion, because then it would be a balanced magraph condition. But we know that energy is always in motion. And so there has to be a creation or a decay. And this is all part of the dynamic plasma of your aura, which is you and you and your physicality, and you and your aura. But that's not taking enough into account, because there's a dynamic plasma interaction. So you and your thoughts, or you and someone else's thoughts, or you and someone else's physicality. And so this becomes a tunnel feeding system. So this feeding comes from the soul of the source. We didn't say which source. So the soul of the source is the feeding system. And the feedback environment, well, it's still our sentimentality. That's our physical presence. And we prefer our physicality in the presence of physicality. And so our intention becomes a balance point between the soul of the source and the feedback of our environment. So the emotion of presence then becomes a balance of our preference and sentimentality between our source and our, which is our feeding system, and our environment, which is our feedback system. So therefore, there is a crossover in between two plasmas. And this is how the PM ticks travel. Path unseen, energy unseen through no man's land, which is unseen. And so we have our feeding radiance, and we also have the feedback radiance from other plasmas. And so our feeding radiance is our preference for our physicality, and our feedback radiance is the irradiation from the earth, which is our primary environment. So doesn't it stand to reason that we can change the environment and maintain the same method of feeding and feedback? And this is why when we look at how energy travels, the limitation that we have on the speed of light is a false limitation. The ethos of the universe takes other things into account, more things into account. It takes morality, compassion, and courage. And this transcends the limitations of man, because the limitations of man seem to be irresponsible when it comes to the position of creation. So we find that the feedback that we're getting is not complete. And so we have a vertical enhancement unit, and we have a horizontal enhancement unit, which give us assistance to compensate for the difference between the feeding and the feedback systems. We didn't say which feeding system. We didn't say which feedback system. There's a plasmagen state in between the earth space and the outer space. And that is our point of transmutation, how we could cross no man's land. And so the vision enhancement unit is actually representative of that. It is a vision feedback enhancement unit, because it is a feedback modification which soothes the pain of the witness. This is a gift to the US military. We are donating the use of 12 units for PTSD recovery to the US military, where they can enhance their plasmagen interaction to default to the pathway manifestation as to the way they were born, which involved morality, compassion, and courage, as opposed to death and destruction and terrorism. Because the plasma is a kind of energy, and it has different states. And each of these different states has a different energy level. And we can transcend all of these energy states And learning how to do this is probably the most important thing on this planet, has always been, and is even more important today because we've come to an existential crisis. And that existential crisis is understanding the relationship between the limitations of scientific responsibility and the limitations of spiritual responsibility, what we call the awake state and the dream state. And the plasma science adds to the knowledge. And this is how we are going to make the change, because when you look at this relationship and what we're talking about is where science meets the soul of man for peace, then the relationship is between the awake state and the dream state. Is the dream state also awake? The fact that you were born where you're not awake, the fact that you wake up after sleeping, is that not representative of you being awake? Is that not representative of the same thing when we say, well, the awake state is the nano state, right? It's a superconductor. As a human being, as a living organism, you are a superconductor of energy. And so that physicality is what you see. But the dream state, you say, well, that's in between. That's the nano gap state, the things we don't see. So what we see and what we don't see is the same thing. It's a relationship, and they work together. One is the feeding system, one is the feedback system. And so the feeding system is our dream state. It organizes our physicality, and that's part of us, our inner space. So when we're looking for peace, we're looking for inner peace, because you have to have inner peace before you have outer peace. So you have to have the inner space before you have the outer space. We already know about the earth peace, the earth space. This is where science meets the soul of man for peace. And so we know by connection that there's more to dreaming than what we dream. So there's a part that we don't remember, this amnesia. We're already having difficulty remembering our dreams, which is nearness and proximity to our physicality. But then there are energy levels beyond. And so we have to learn the art of dreaming and the art of plasma dilution. And we know it's there because of the connection. So when we look at the soul sequencing, we see that the soul of the sun, remember that? And the soul of the earth attracts the soul of the earth, soul of the man. That is the convergence of two fields coming together. So once you have the soul of the man, then the soul of the earth interacts with the soul of the man and attracts the soul of the body. That's the inversion. Now when you have the soul of the body plus the soul of the earth, this manifests itself into the physicality of the body. And so this is following the default pathway of manifestation, the divergence of energy into the convergence of physicality. Excuse me. We're in the home stretch. So we understand that the RNA is part of the feeding system and the DNA is part of the feedback. But we also have mRNA, which is also part of the feedback. So it's the feedback feeding the feedback. And the feeding is feeding the feedback. So our amino acid is our matter state. And the manifestation of the matter-gen state into the physicality is a balance point between the feeding and the feedback. And so we look at the soul of the earth relationships. So the relationship has to do with the soul of the sun and the soul of the man. This is your outer space. So the soul of the body becomes your inner space. And the soul of the body interacts with the earth space. So this becomes the physicality of the body. And we are ever binding, aren't we? We bind our energies by stealing from others. So we feed ourselves at the expense of others. We need to get back to normal. That's our default position. And the majority here are normal. And the universe is the majority. And it too is normal. And normal seeks freedom and emancipation. And so too, the earth is part of the universe. And it too seeks freedom and emancipation. And so our crisis is an existential crisis of our default position to understand that we have to harvest the energy of the universe, the plasma energy that is ubiquitous in the plasma universe, for the benefit of the earth. Because the earth called us here. And we agreed. We agreed to come from outer space to the earth space. And as we reside in inner space and we try to come to grips between the feeding and the feedback and to understand which is which, on October the 14th of 2021, we crossed over and you could see the Universal Council is now looking to have greater achievements. And they're not limited to Earth space because the universal community doesn't just live on Earth. The universal community lives in the universal community of the universe. And we are not welcome until we bring the peace between the inner space and the outer space. So this is the feedback to the feeding system. And there's no direct connection. It's a contiguous connection. Connection to wherever it is in the universe. Wherever you are, there you are. And on Earth here, we have this contiguous connection. And we need to invest and continue to invest in this Stone, which encircles the Earth and allows us to understand this emotional transformation of our physical transformation. This is the manifestation of the transmutation, which we will talk about more next week, but it's the difference between the dream state and the physical state, the dream state and the awake state. And this involves responsibility, not something to shy from, but something to embrace. Because we all want to be part of the greater oneness. But we are independent, and yet we are dependent. So it's important to understand that our radiance is a feeding system. And our radiance stems from other feeding systems. So our radiance then becomes a feedback system. And so do we understand the difference and how we cross over for the common good? Do we understand that? We have to understand that we are the magnetical dynamic residue between the attraction and repulsion of a Magravs condition. which is the balance of the gravitational and magnetical field forces represented by the convergence and divergence of energies. And each of us is independent. And so each of us becomes a feedback variable. And then each one is interdependent with others. And as such, we are feeding to the universe. And then we can reach others and emotionally have a feedback transformation. And then we can teach each one the benefits of one nation, one planet, and one universe. So this is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, Teachings in Plasma Science. We're calling all Earth shareholders, both near and far. There's a World Peace Treaty needs to be signed with a pen and with your heart and with your soul. And right now, our view is only of inner space. That's our point of view. And so we have to understand that the physical and emotional transformation rate depends on the source and balance of the feeding and the feedback systems. So our default position is listening to the universal language of freedom. And the plasma science needs to be delivered in exchange for peace on Earth. So we are correct in saying, welcome to the outer space age. That's the end of today's lesson. Thank you very much, gang. I hope you enjoyed the trip.
Well, thank you very much, Alex, for providing us this in-depth knowledge of feedback. And you've covered so many points again here, and we all come from a slightly different understanding, and so on and so forth. Could I share some pictures that Leanna set in that might add to the knowledge or perhaps spark some conversation?
Take over the screen, Mark.
Okay, let's see here. And then you can just take it back. Oops. Why that's not there. Let's see. Okay, we're back to that picture. She sent some beautiful pictures in on these little ice formations. And there's a number of them there. They're beautiful and intriguing at the same time. She wrote in the telegram, it may seem like I'm stuck in the ice ages for sharing this compared to the levels and depth of advanced plasma technology, but I honestly can't get over how beautiful plasma ice is. The fields of the plasma radiating out like the sun. Each one so unique and perfectly organized. If you look at the last picture with the cup of ice cubes, you'll see them beginning to fuse back into one another as they melt into the water. I've never seen an individual ice cube join back into the unified frozen ice while they were melting in a cup of water. Amazing, if you ask me. So that's one of the pictures. And you were talking about feedback. When these fields go out, and we know they go across the universe, even with an iron magnet, Mr. Keshe says, and they're connected with everything. What would be the reason they come back to itself? Or do they come back to itself? Is this the feedback? And I'll share a few of these pictures if you'd like to comment on this.
So the feedback, of course, is gravitational. And the gravitational is stronger than magnetical.
Always, correct?
Correct. So how can it come back if it's stronger? Because it's coming back to you in the physicality. So it's a plasmatic feeding to the physical feedback.
And if the stronger feeds the weaker to elevate it to its position, what does the stronger get back out of this interaction? I know it's been
The
said,
capability to feed.
and this confirmation of existence is another one I've heard mentioned. That the stronger, by elevating the weaker, actually, the weaker, it feeds back a confirmation of existence for the stronger.
That's right, because you have to have a point of convergence, and that is a maggraph. So the energy flow is the residue. See, in order for what you're seeing here is the form artifact of the energy in motion. You're not seeing the energy in motion.
Because these fields go way past the cube.
That's right.
We're just seeing it in the sort of matter state, in a way,
Correct.
frozen
Correct.
there. But here's another one.
My God, these pictures are beautiful.
Aren't they?
This is something else.
And they really tie into your sharing today. And there'll be one more, I think, unless I end this one as well.
So you have to understand that the termination point of these individual rays is not terminated. It doesn't just stop, it has to keep going. So you have to imagine a pathway going from the terminal point beyond. And then if it's going from that point beyond, it has to be replaced. So at some point it has to come in. But in order to balance this flow, you have to understand it's also a two-way street. So each path that you're looking at, what we're seeing is the physical representation of the one-way path. What you have to imagine is the plasmatic representation of the other path, the balancing path.
And of course, we're more gravitational than we are magnetical. We always, even before the Keshe Foundation, in our understanding, it's always, we want to take rather than give, correct?
Right.
And
right.
if
It's the
we're,
lowest common denominator.
yeah, and so if we give more, that is going to mean we could absorb more
That's correct.
into our feeding. Let's say we want to be able to feed more on the fields. We become more gravitational to do that, or do we become more magnetical and giving, and in return, those come back to us in a way for feeding, let's say?
Your focus point becomes magnetical. Let's take a very basic example. If my neighbor is sick and he doesn't have the money to pay for my goods and service because of his sickness, that puts me out of business. So his welfare is my concern, because my concern is my welfare. So my welfare is interdependent with his welfare. But too many of us are saying, well, you know what, too bad for him. I'll just go look for another customer. And so we get away with that and we think that's good enough. But at some point in time, there comes a reckoning. And we are at that point of reckoning, this existential crisis that we've come to at this point in time now. And it's as good a time as any. It's as good a time as any to resolve these issues.
Okay, I'm just looking for the one she was talking about. I've got so many things open here, but they're very beautiful, and it's a beautiful example of the fields. And we've seen them before, but she seems to be quite enamored. They're very satisfying to, intriguing, but yet satisfying to, that's the emotion it generates within me. And something we could never even imagine, I don't think, before the foundation of
Yeah,
all
so this
these.
wasn't done with a brush,
Right.
and it wasn't done with a jigsaw. Or a lathe.
Just trying to see where that last picture went. Can't seem to locate.
Mars.
Maybe. Let's see.
Teach them how to terraform.
Let's see. Try it one more time here. Okay. Let's see if we can find this one. Okay, here it is. These are the ones she was showing and saying how they're all going back into themselves in a way. How did she put that? Let's just see. I've never seen individual ice cubes join back up into unified frozen ice while they were melting in a cup of water. Amazing, if you ask me. Almost like the fountain in a way, where the water comes up, little droplets, and then they go back into join the totality again. So I just thought I'd share these, and it seems to be in some sort of connection with what you've brought us today.
Absolutely. And is it ever breathtaking?
It's beautiful. I always thought we could travel, but again, I always thought that was just a dream of thinking we could move around this universe in a certain way. Kind of like how you see on cartoons where these little animated figures are on one side of the world and then they're on the other. But as we get older, we kind of lose that in a way.
See, I'm really glad you brought up this point, Mark, because what I would like to emphasize, even though I've spent a lot of time talking now, but I just want to emphasize that the reason we are having difficulty with the concept of outer space is because we don't know what outer space is. We've never seen it. What we have seen is inner space. And the travel that we've done has only been through inner space. See, because the whole concept of traveling through inner space does not explain how we were born. And it's confounding that, all of us go through all of life not knowing how we were born. And every time we ask that question, it's some kind of nebulous answer, which is, non-satisfying, non-specific, and frankly ignorant. And we say, well, it's okay, man doesn't know, or we haven't figured it out yet. Well, if you don't know the rules of the game, it's hard to figure things out. So if you're only going, like pick a sport that you don't know the rules and go look at that sport. And probably you know about North American football. And how many times someone who doesn't know North American football, they would come to the conclusion, well, it's a bunch of men running around and then falling down and then getting up again and falling down. And you say, well, that's the game. Well, obviously, if that was the game, it wouldn't be so popular because they've thrown other rules in there. But the thing about those rules is those are man-made rules. Well, what happens if we start to apply plasma rules to the North American football? What would happen then?
Alex,
Hello.
how are you? Good. You must remember about 50 years ago a film where they made a small spaceship, put it into a syringe and injected into a person. And that ship went inside all through the body or the physical body of the person.
Oh, I didn't see that film.
It's fantastic, but that, as you were saying, we don't know outer space. But if you've seen that film and the way that ship goes inside our space, which is our plasma inside beneath our skin, that gives you an idea what space is like.
That's a good representation, and Kay apparently remembers. So he just commented on that, but the image under a somatoscope is extremely revealing. You see again, oh my God, that's a beautiful picture. Is that the picture that's on? That's a tremendously beautiful picture. Well, you know,
They all are. It's just amazing. I know
Yeah.
I put plasma water in the ice tray, but I never, they always seem to come out rather hazy, like frosty. I don't know how she got the clear water.
well, she's developed some skills. Everybody has different
Yeah,
skills.
yeah.
And Randy calls it a fantastic voyage in 1966. So you guys all have a really good memory. But the thing is, have you seen a video of the blood under a somatoscope? And what's amazing is if you look at it long enough and watch the action of the somatids, it's absolutely fascinating and revealing. I've had the opportunity to see what they call dead blood. I've seen the blood of a Canadian Olympic athlete. And so he was in the prime of his life, in his late 20s. And he had this all over body pain. And I looked at his blood sample and I was absolutely shocked. It was devoid of somatids. It had a few, and they were basically lethargic. And then I seen the blood of a healthy person, and they were teeming with somatids. They were highly, highly active. And you see that that person was vibrant and laughing and happy. And the Olympic athlete was in pain, constant pain. And the difference was one followed the, shall we say, generally accepted dietary rules as governed by the Canadian nutritional schedules. And one ate whatever they wanted to eat. It's amazing, the difference. So,
You could take the screen back, Alex, if you'd like, please.
oh, I'm enjoying these pictures, Mark.
Okay, let's let me see if there's
Yeah,
another one here.
Much better than my pictures.
Very nice.
Alex,
Alex,
I have a question, Alex.
Oh,
Tried
Randy,
to-
Randy, could I just interrupt you for a minute? Danilo's had his hand up
Oh,
for a few minutes.
sure, no
Can you
problem.
come
I'll
in
wait.
right after Danilo, please?
Sure.
Don't forget,
Danilo.
Randy.
Yes, don't forget to come back, please. Sorry. Danilo, please, you don't have to raise your hand. You can just open
Yeah.
up when you feel it's the right time. Thank you for joining us too.
Thank you. So my question for Alex. First, I want to say about a dream. Three knowledge seekers, they came to me in my dream and they told me, they asked me, do you want to see a teleportation device? And I said, of course. And they got a round mirror and they put this mirror on the ground, and this mirror started to project a hologram of a sunset. And when I start to look to the sun hologram, I start to feel uh, the biggest love of my life. It was amazing. And they told me, don't think about this, just feel it. Don't think too much, don't go through your mind. And if you go through your mind, you're gonna fail. You cannot think, you have to trust your feeling. And so I changed my location. I was there. Suddenly I was in another place, seeing the sunset, watching the sunset. So, and the other day I was about to dream, when you are in the between state, on the state between the dreaming and the awakening state, and I was aware of both. And then I realized that I was having some specific kind of feeling, and I was about to go there to travel through my emotions. And I realized, okay, I'm about to travel. I was about to travel very fast. So I was afraid to realize that I was about to travel, but I knew that I was about to travel. So my question to Alex is, can you explain a little bit, Alex, about the emotion and the traveling, and if it makes any sense according to the plasma science? Thank you.
Thanks for your question, Danilo. I want to say this in a very nice way, Danilo. You're a bit frustrating, and the reason for that is because you have an enormous depth of knowledge, and you don't have trust in your own knowledge. Your explanation, as part of your question here, was absolutely great, terrific, and it was bang on. So let me just add one more thing, two more things. Okay. So the first thing is that you have about maybe 30 seconds after you wake up to remember your dream. And if within those 30 seconds you could reinforce to yourself, say, I want to remember my dream, and not be distracted by something else. And this has happened to me where, for instance, I wake up and I've had a dream and I can remember it. And then, maybe I woke up before the alarm goes off, and then I go for the alarm. And the moment I go for the alarm, I forget to dream. And so this is something that you have to train yourself in. And second, we have two emotions. So we have the emotion that's part of our feeding system, and we have the emotion that's part of our feedback system. And our feedback system has a tendency for a preference of physicality. And so, because we've been trained for so many years, like all of our lives, that we don't trust our non-physical existence, or we don't understand it. And it brings about this inherent fear. And so the fear is a component of the emotional system. And the question then becomes is it part of the emotion of the soul, or is it part of the emotion of the physicality? Because if it's part of the soul, then it becomes part of the feedback. But if it's part of the physicality, then it's part of the feeding. This is where the feedback is feeding. So because you're conditioned to fear, you're actually feeding yourself with fear. Obviously, the soul of the man is fearless. And obviously, the soul of the man is something that you can trust. And obviously, the soul of that man is your soul. And that man is you. And so you need to have the trust in your soul trusting you, because that's how you were born. And likewise, without any education whatsoever, you grew into a man. And so you didn't go to a closet and then say, I'm in the growing into a man closet, and then come out of the closet and say, ta-da, I'm a man. You know, it was an ongoing process. So you did a lot of things. You were playing with friends, you went to school, you went to work, you know, you bought a car, all these things you did, and simultaneously, continuously, you were growing. So you did not do the act of growing physically. What you seen was the physical manifestation. In other words, the form artifact of the growing. It's just like these images in these ice cubes. The images are a form artifact of the energy that caused these images. But you can't see the images, you can only see the form artifact. And so this becomes an important point in understanding the travel through outer space. Because in order to travel through outer space, where we are now is a form artifact, and where we want to go is a form artifact. And the process in between is the energy in motion. And that you can't see. So you know that you can't see it, because when we look into what we call outer space, which is what I'm saying today is actually inner space. But when we look into outer space, well, we don't see anything. Well, of course you don't see anything. It's non-visible. It's plasmatic. Okay, so this is what you have to have the faith in. And you actually do, but you're looking for some kind of physical confirmation, and your dream told you that. So when you go through the machinations of physically, you know, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that, the moment you say that, you're operating in a lower energy level. And so it's like saying, well, you know, I want to go from my home to work. And the moment you say that, you're going to miss the ride. You're going to have to walk. But if you say, I'm going to work, you don't say, I'm going to go outside, I'm going to go to the car, I'm going to start the car, I'm going to drive the road, I'm going to follow this road, and I'm going to work. No, in your mind, you're at work. And in your mind, you know that you're going to take your car. And in your mind, you know that if you take your car, you will get there faster than if you walk. So if you need to slow down that process, you missed a ride. The car's gone. That's how it works in the plasma reality. So it really becomes very, very important to trust this. And this is where we're already seeing this problematic occurrence with the vertical enhancement unit. If you go into the vertical enhancement unit and you want to travel, you got to drop the baggage, and you have to have trust that you can go. Because if they open it up and you're still there, you not only are demonstrating lack of trust, but you may even have more baggage. So we have to be aware that the plasma follows different rules from the physicality insofar as the lingering field. And so what I mean by there, and you were in the early classes, the plasma fields operate just like the magnets. But if the magnets are physical and they can demonstrate attraction and repulsion, so there's a non-visible field that is affecting those magnets. And if you take those magnets away, the field goes with it. Because it's at a lower energy level, it's not sustainable. But if you go to a higher energy level, and you know, like here you have this water that you're looking at in this frozen cube, this is not physical water, this is plasma water. Because it's retaining the form artifact of the energy in motion. The physical water would lose this energy. So if you have, in a dynamic reactor, you have a plasmatic field, and you create a dynamic plasma, you can remove the plasma field, and the dynamic plasma field will still remain. That is the difference between the physicality and the plasma reality. So you made a terrific question, and you have tremendous depth of understanding. But the confidence, add the confidence to that, and you're going to be a very happy man. Thanks for your question, Danilo. Please carry on with your fine work. You're really
Thank you.
a good man.
Thank you very much.
I think Randy was going to come in.
Yes, I have a question for Alex. I've been looking at this ice and I've been seeing all those fine structures inside it. This winter, we put poles up on our driveway so that the snow plow knows where to just plow. So I put tubes of GANs, cup one, on every one of those posts to add to the energy field of the road. They sat there all winter and didn't freeze at all. So during January, I took one of those tubes and I took a glass vial and put exactly the same GANs in each one. Yet the plastic didn't freeze, but the glass one did. Can you explain to me why that happened?
I see your note here, Randy. It says minus 40 Celsius in the plastic tube. It did.
At the plastic tube, at one point it was even colder than that, but where they were, the coldest it got was minus 40 Celsius. And then in the springtime, when the snow is all gone, we go gather the posts up and put them back in the garage.
May I come in? It may be that the glass is nano coated and it does that effect, or the other way around, the plastic may be nano coated. And does that work?
No, not nano coated, John. Because I have beakers.
Some materials are nano coated originally. I think the glass is, isn't it, Alex?
You're on the right track, John. The moment you put the plasma water into the plastic bottle becomes nano coated. So you know, if you were to take the water from the plasma water out of the bottle still remains with a dynamic plasma field inside. This is what I was just explaining to Danilo. You can remove the plasmatic field or the plasma reactor and leave the plasmatic field behind. We discovered this a long time ago. The older knowledge seekers, well, John, you would remember, we came up to the point where we wanted to wash out our nano coating plastic tubs, right? When you found you can't wash them out because the plasma is inside the tub and it's non-visible and it stays there. So you cannot physically wash out a plasmatic condition. But I'm wondering if the application comes into play here with respect to the density of the glass versus the density of the plastic. One of the things about the glass is that it's inorganic, in other words, silicon based, and the plastic is organic, carbon based. So I have a feeling that you had a much stronger connection in the plastic. One of the things that we are concerned about with plastic bottles, of course, is the migration of the rosins in the plastic, which are toxic. But once the plastic itself becomes firmly cured, then when you add the plasma water to that, then you're not worried about the migration of the rosins because the physicality is well established. And so at that point, by adding the plasma water to the bottle, you'd be nanocoating the interior of the bottle. So the only comment that I can have, and it's a general comment, I'm thinking there were just two different ways that you process things. But there is one other comment that I would like to make, and that is, you know, that you can put a bottle of a liquid in a freezer, and you open the freezer, if you open it gently, you can see that that is still liquid. And the moment you vibrate it slightly, you touch the bottle and suddenly it flash freezes. Have you ever noticed that, Randy?
Yes. And I just checked the specs on the tubes I use, and they're autoclavable at 121 C and freezable to minus 80 C.
Autoclave the tubes of what?
Well, the tube can be autoclaved at 121 degrees Celsius.
The tubes of glass?
No, no, the tubes of plastic.
What?
It's sitting in the chat. They're 15 mil conical centrifuge tubes with high purity PP material and max RCF, I don't know what that means, is 9400. It can autoclave at 121 Celsius and freezable to minus 80 C. So they're pretty tough tubes.
That is, yeah, that's an advanced plastic. That's not your everyday, corner store plastic.
And the thing is, they're cheap. They're cheap as a board. I think I pay $30 for 100.
Well, I think you've answered the question there. There's a characteristic that those plastic tubes have that is unique and is reflected in what you've just seen. So I think all three answers, John's answer, your answer, and my answer, any one of those or a combination of those has had this effect. But what you're trying to determine is the specific cause of the energy in motion, and this is one of the deficiencies that we have. We are part of the keep it simple stupid generation, and we are the most complex organism on this planet, and we want to simplify things immensely to the point where they're non-functional. So we have to understand that our basic cups of life have 4 elements interacting, and the universal body enhancement unit has over 400, and they are all interacting as well. So you can understand the dynamics are far greater. So if we want to keep things simple, what we need to keep things simple for is to understand magnetical gravitational field interaction as a two-way street between 400 different variables.
I have a question.
Hi.
Hi. Very basic making answers. I'm looking around my house where there are places that are not too exposed to electrical wires and metals and things like that, like file cabinets and the furnace and stuff like that. And so I find my windowsills being very inviting. However, my house is pretty old, so everything is painted with lead-based paint and then covered with regular paint. I'm
Gee,
just wondering,
I was just gonna say that. Yeah, what's your question? Sorry.
yeah, is that lead going to have a detrimental effect?
Yeah, the lead does have a detrimental effect. I had this case where an elderly lady was putting a reactor in the building there because she was having trouble with what do you call those microwave towers near her building. And the thing is that she had an electric vehicle with a lead battery, and she brought that inside, and she parked it in between where she slept and where the reactor was. And I asked her to change that, put the reactor inside and the vehicle outside, or as near to the outside as possible. And she phoned me back in a couple of days and she says, "Oh my God, what a difference." She went from having difficulty sleeping to just sleeping like a log and having a very restful sleep. So I think you can certainly create a field within a field. And so your field of reference needs to be in closer proximity than the outer field.
So do you think that my memory issues could just have something to do with the house paint?
Well, definitely, but I know my memory issues had a lot to do with amalgam fillings.
Yeah, and then next thing is, how can we neutralize that field from the lead paint?
Well, this is it. This is the key. Plasma is a barrier of fields and an absorber of fields. So by creating a dynamic reactor within your house, within your living environment, so you try and set up a situation where you're living inside the star formation.
Okay. Okay, and the electric wiring, does that affect everything probably also?
Not really. The electrical wiring is electrical, and the plasma is 1,849 times stronger. So it's negligible. What is affecting is metals. I have personally seen where I've had a cup of life, and I put on a wooden shelf or a metal shelf, and the difference in productivity was stunning. So I don't like to put the plasma reactors in nearness of proximity to metals as well. As you know, the metals are more dense. So, but I'm in a building surrounded by metal, and once the plasma reactor takes hold, it will actually transcend right through the metal. So you won't even see the metal because the metal is physical and the plasma is plasmatic. So
also, Alex, if I could just add, Bernie was sharing with us that when you get the wires nano coated in the walls, there's more of a balanced feeling or a balanced environment, because apparently the 60 hertz or whatever hertz up and down you're dealing with gets more smoothed out in a way, and it has a balancing or a more conducive environment in the home. That's what he seemed to be alluding to. It's a much more pleasant rather than let's say erratic, these sine waves or this fluxing within the line. Maybe.
Yeah, for sure, Mark. That's an excellent point. Very, very valid point. But that involves putting a magrev power unit or a magrev generator inside the home, and we've
That's
been
coming soon.
Yeah, well, it's coming soon, but a few other things have to come at the same time because, as I say, with the plasma science, there's a responsibility that goes along with it. And so, people are associating the change with irresponsibility. The only kind of irresponsible change is when you're dropping bombs on people that you can't control the damage, and but you can be the cause of the damage. So we are looking to control the damage. So one of the best ways to do it, and I'm trying to directly answer Ern's question here, and that is to create a plasma field within your environment, within your living environment, and forget the nano coating and stuff like that. Go directly to the GANs and put a plasma reactor in, and have a ratio within the GANs vials. If you put 3 in a base with a ratio of 1:520, so that will create a gradient charge and a rotating field, and just spread that out strategically within your house. And another thing, if it's possible, in my house, I sprayed the walls with plasma water, and what a difference that made. So I sprayed the walls and I put a reactor inside the house, and frankly, the temperature inside the house has been significantly, noticeably warmer. And we have new products that can even enhance that. So the basic knowledge is you can create your environment and live inside that environment and understand that you are part of that environment.
Yeah, then question, should I do that for each room or for the house?
It depends on the configuration of your house, and this brings to mind feng shui, right?
Mhm.
But you can do that in each room. There's nothing wrong, because then what you find that each room will interact with each other room. You'll find that the plasma connection to be way stronger. So the basic rule is this: the more complex the system, the more stable the system. So this is one of the reasons the keep it simple, stupid formula doesn't work, because it becomes simple, but it becomes unstable. So imagine you have 5 rooms in the house, and you have a reactor in each room and a field around that reactor. Those fields will also interact, and there'll be a strong connection. And then you will be a major navigator along those lines of connection. It's truly a wonderful feeling, and it's amazing what it does for your sleep, and it's amazing what it does for the disposition of the family.
I have noticed that.
Yeah.
Oh, I had another insight, and that is I used to eat my food pretty fast so that I would save time. Now I understand that the chewing and the saliva creates GANs material, and if I do this carefully and slowly, that my food will nourish me much better. And I've been told that before, but now I understand it from a different point of view.
And this is one of the benefits of getting older. We get wiser. Supposedly.
Thank you.
Great question. Thanks, Imran.
Leanna was commenting on what Randy said. It sounds like here, when you tried to freeze the cup 1, was it salty in the tubes? That could account for why it didn't freeze. I don't know if Randy can hear that.
I heard that, and I'm trying to remember if it was. No, I'm pretty sure that was not washed. It was just straight out of the cup 1.
So it was salty.
Yep.
Okay. Lisbeth has put a couple comments, questions here. Hello, and thanks for everything. Is there a problem placing a Life Cup Reactor 1 under a wooden bed towards the feet?
So when you say towards the feet,
Yes, she said under a wooden bed towards the feet. I wouldn't think there would be.
okay, again, it's in singularity. You need to work in duality. So all things in combination. So not one cup, but put 3 cups underneath and create the rotating field. And then you can sleep inside that rotating field. It's you have to understand that when you put the 1, you are creating a gravitational condition, and so it's just drawing to one particular area. And this is one of the things that we've tried to avoid with respect to the health discussions, because a particular illness may manifest itself in a position on the body, but be caused by another point of illness in another part of the body. And I've seen that, I personally seen that happen. And so this cause and effect relationship of what allopathic medicine is prescribing is kind of obsolete in its observations with respect to how the human body operates. So if we understand that the higher strength feeds the weaker strength, so we understand that the emotion feeds the physicality. And so what we try to discuss today is which emotion and which physicality. So there's a physical presence within our body, and that physical presence encompasses the mental aspect, the emotional aspect, and the physical aspect. These are all components of the physicality. And there's an emotional component that we have, which also feeds those 3. So there's an emotional of our brain, and there's an emotional of our heart, and there's an emotional of our physicality. And that emotional of our physicality, is the feedback, right? So if you accidentally burn yourself on the stove and you go, ow, 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 that's your emotional feedback. The fact that you're screaming ouch is not doing anything for your alleviating the pain, but it sounds good, I guess. You're letting everybody else know that you're having pain. And so you're drawing attention to that. What you want to draw attention to is the cause and effect, the real cause and effect. So you find that if you can satisfy and soothe the emotional context, that you will end up soothing the physical context, provided you give it enough time. So there's a rate of change, and the rate of change in the physicality is way slower than the rate of change in the emotional context. So, you can see how if someone has a frown on their face and you tell them a joke, how quickly they will laugh. Unless they're really super grumpy, then you have to tell them 2 jokes. But, they could still be in physical pain, but they could be laughing. So the rate of change is higher in the higher state. And so we need to be aware of that, and we need to be aware that these things work in combination. So we need to graduate from the perspective of singularity and look at the duality of it. It isn't just our preference, but it's our sentimentality as well that we have to address. So thank you for your question.
Okay, she had a couple other comments, or one anyway. My GANs, my drinks just across the street, there is an electric tower. They produce normal and the nano coating there with caustic. It didn't affect the plants. My friend also on a balcony ruined her plants. So yeah, I don't think a lot of these very strong electromagnetic fields are very conducive to life. Oops, somebody's mic was open. I'm going to mute that one. Very good. Did you hear that, Alex?
Yeah, yes, I did. And so, yes, it corroborates what we've been saying, you know, with respect to the electrical effects. And then the same with cell towers operating on a microwave effect. Was it in the chat? Was it
Lisbeth?
Yeah, there's another gentleman. Okay, let me just check. He just mentioned
Alfred.
something.
Oh,
Yes.
Fried.
Yes.
And he's put in here, how strong is a cup of life who is dried out, especially when there is a lot of dried salt? Are the fields still there or even stronger?
So the consensus is that the dried out GANs is stronger than the liquid GANs, and the fields, of course, are still there. You can't wash that out. What you can do is add to that strength or deplete that strength, but because we're operating in such a physical environment and the cups of life are so strong that the main benefit that we would have is when we have a synergistic effect by adding more cups to the whole process. So if you keep your cup, you can add more salt water to that and keep producing the GANs, and it will continue to produce, and it will do it faster because already it is a mature cup. So it already has a plasma field inside. And so this is a very good question. Thank you very much.
Okay, would anyone else like to come in? Is Selena still here? I think she was here. She stopped in. I don't see her right now, but she's probably getting very excited about what she's doing. Oh, you're here? I don't see her in the list. I know with this new dimension, this new method, this new understanding of the flight is what we're heading towards. This is what Mr. Keshe has been bringing in the recent teachings. And she's always talking about her dreams and her, again, not dreams, actually operating in the energy or on the soul level. So, would anyone else like to bring a comment or a question or add to the knowledge perhaps today?
Hello, good evening. This is Galip from the Netherlands.
Ah, hello, Galip.
Hello, Mark, and hello, Alex, and thank you so much for the beautiful lesson. I had a question for Alex or someone else. Can you maybe tell more about how one would alternate the strength of the fields of the magravs that you make without physicality?
Yeah, can you just clarify your reference point when you say alternate?
So if you want to, for example, create a difference of strengths when you make a star formation and you want the base tree to be slightly different and the upper one to be very different.
Yeah, so I did mention the base ratio of 1:520, and I use
Yes.
that in terms of physicality. And the main reason for that is to have you understand when you polarize your nano-coated coils, right? So you get them all shall we say the fields pointing in the same direction. So by creating a gradient, you are dictating the rotation, and you can
That's the
experiment.
transmission, right? Was
That's
that
correct. That's correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
So, you know, if it's in sequence, then you're creating a gradient from an upper to a medium to a lower.
Yeah.
Okay, but then the question becomes, how does the lower feed the upper? And the point is that it cannot feed on the same dimension. It has to change and go through a transition.
Mhm.
So from the transmission, it goes through a transition, and then it converges back in through its the transmutation of the field. So,
And
so
will
the
this mean, I'm
yeah.
sorry,
Go ahead. Go
will
ahead.
this mean that it becomes more physical during the transition?
No, no, it can't be more physical. The plasma has to increase. The plasmatic
Oh
energy
yeah.
field has to increase. It
Mhm.
is from there that it can manifest into the physicality. So like uh, Alfred was mentioning, you know, is dried out GANs and does the field remain? Yeah, of course the field remains in there. But if it's a solo cup, you know, then it's like one voice. And then if you
Yeah.
have three
No
cups,
feedback.
then it becomes a band, you know,
Yeah.
it becomes a choir. It's much stronger. So by organizing it in sequence, then you are I guess it's like, can I say and use a very crude example? So
Of
let's say
course.
you have scrambled eggs, and you know you scramble them by throwing an egg in each corner of the room, or do you scramble them by putting them all inside a skillet? So you know, if you throw them in the corners of the room, you'll have a mess, and if you put them inside the skillet, you'll have a meal.
Yeah.
It's a very stupid analogy, but the point of the matter is one's organized and one's disorganized. So the thing is, on a plasmatic level, the plasma always has a tendency to organization.
Mhm.
And so our difficulty is understanding that destruction is a form of creation, because what that means is something is always something as opposed to something else. So if you're looking at these ice cubes and you know that they're melting, so like at one moment it's a solid, the next moment it's a liquid, right? So this is a
Mhm.
transference of energy and through an energy level. And then yet inside the ice cube, you can see the form artifacts of the flux lines. And in fact, in one of the pictures, I see there are bubbles inside. So now all of a sudden I have an air pocket, which is less dense than ice. So I have a less dense inside a higher dense. You know, the only
Yeah.
other way that I could do that would be with a syringe, I guess, is to inject the air bubble inside, but the ice is rigid. You know, if it was liquid, I could inject a bubble inside a liquid, but how do you inject the bubble inside a solid? And yet the plasma can do it very nicely. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the insightful comments and beautiful answer.
Well, thank you.
Something.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. Thanks for the. I I have been trying this ice experiment as well, and every time I put two cups in to show everyone, the other cups always get affected as well. And what also happens, maybe I thought the inside of the freezer would be like when I put plasma water inside one part of the freezer, the upper part, even when I take it out and try the next day without plasma water, I see that it will have a less strong plasmatic effect on the water. And the third day, even less strong. If I don't know if it was clear, but so it tells me that the plasma fields were contained within the freezer.
Oh, yes, definitely. You see, so what's happened to you now is you become aware of an unseen action. And so you are educating yourself in that process. And, the confirmation that we all want, the physical confirmation, comes from applying the knowledge.
Yes.
However, if the only source of confirmation is your physical manifestation, then you buy into the old system all over again, you see. We have to, what do you call it, enlarge our scheme. So our scheme doesn't just include our physicality. Our physicality is very much a part of our scheme. And it's just that we interpret that physicality differently. And what we have to understand is that physicality is welcome. Okay, this is not something that, oh, I want to be more spiritual. That means you want to be less physical. Well, you're already spiritual. You wouldn't have been physical if you weren't spiritual. But beyond the spiritual is another dimension, which we are not recognizing. We seem to think that, within these two dimensions, it's enough, and it's not, because all we're doing is just taking two reference points and trying to establish a relationship. But, that's with our own field of reference. But if we can expand our field of reference, we'll find that we are affected by other things. But at some point in time, you have to have the education and discernment to decide, what do I take into account? Okay, so if you want to get an ice cube and you go to the freezer, you don't want to be phoning the president of the United States and asking his permission to do that, right? It's ridiculous. So you can go to the fridge and get an ice cube, not only without asking his permission, but and I bring that up, why? Because one friend of mine, he couldn't go and get a snack without getting permission from his wife. What do you think about that? That is totally ridiculous. But because and I found out why, because she was a little bit fatter than what she was when she was younger, and of course we are conditioned to believe that our fatness is determined by what we eat, and we forget that it's also by what we think, because our fatness is our friend, because it encapsulates toxins, and so we can engage in toxins more than just what we eat physically or what we get from our environment. We actually created toxicity within what we think. So we have this mental toxicity, and it is just as toxic and just as lethal as as lead in the paint, or amalgam fillings. So we just have to understand, be aware, and then, as I say, go with the flow, and it'd be life would be much better. And you will find that there's no reason for us to look for heaven. We are already in heaven. It's just we need to be a little bit more responsible about the gifts that we've been given. I brought in a lot of thoughts there, and I just want to let you know that we need to consider a lot more things than just the obvious. Thanks very much for your question.
That was the snack police?
Yes.
Did he get a ticket for offending.
Oh,
Kay
well,
is
he actually broke into a sweat.
okay. Kay has put in the chat. Sorry, Alex, could you kindly elaborate on the base of 1,520, please? What are you actually referring to? God bless.
Ratio. So you can do the ratio by volume.
Do you want a whiteboard, Alex?
No, just
Okay.
you put 1 drop of GANS in one vial, 5 drops in another, and 20 in another. So more is more, less is less. That is a, you know, if it's like having a tug of war. You know, if I got 1 guy at one side and 5 on the other side, 5 guys are winning. You know,
Okay.
so that indicates the direction of flow. So now that's when you're using, you can use the ratio when you're using the same, and I was going to say element. GANS is not an element. GANS is molecular. But if you're using the same product, so let's say you're using CO2 GANS and you just want to make a straight CO2 reactor, so 1,520 drops. But if you're using different GANSes, then you have to look at the field strength. So we know that the field strength of copper is stronger of the CuO GANS, the copper GANS. The field strength there is, I'm sorry, it is more gravitational, and the field strength of the zinc is more magnetical. So the zinc is feeding the gravitational, and the gravitational is absorbing, right? So that's why we know the emotional feeds the physical. So at that point, you already have a gradient.
Okay, Fried has asked another question. What is, Fried, another question. What is the correlation of the 5 stacker to a star formation? Is there some tweaking or addition needed, or does it include this?
Yeah, so the first 3 cups represent your soul, your emotion, and your physicality. And then the other 2 cups, one represents your environment, which is the earth. And then the 4th cup is the connection, which is the inertia. I'm sorry, not the connection, but the interaction, the inertia. So if you don't have a reference point, then, you know, where are you? Right? So, oh, where am I? Oh, well, I'm here. Well, where's here? Well, here is someplace, you know, in no man's land. Really? No, here is, you know, you're inside your home, or you're at work, or you're inside your car, or you're in between the earth and the moon, or you're, you know, between a rock and a hard place. Wherever you are, that's where you are, but it has to have a reference of the 2. So the first 3 cups is you, and the other 2 cups are your reference and the interaction of the reference. It's another excellent question. Boy, we're getting great questions today.
The later it gets, the better the questions. At least for the Europeans. We're approaching 11:30, I think, in Europe. But they're
Well,
going quite strong, and we thank them for their attendance here.
yeah, well, this is, you look at the panel here, and everyone here is like really working hard to understand this technology and incorporating it in our lives, because we want to bring peace on earth, because peace and prosperity is kind of like a horse and carriage. They go together like a well-oiled marriage. So anyone who's not interested in peace is, you know, has got a problem.
And you said we're approaching the finish, but is there actually a finish? Is that like the last lap on the motor race? And we're going to get the checkered flag? I don't think there ever will be a finish. Will there be?
Well, if there's a finish, then it implies a start. And I think that is beyond our current knowledge base. And this is one of the reasons why I've looked at all of these classes that I've been doing as really basic knowledge, because, you know, I'm into unknown, you know, I'm into uncharted territory. And so, you know, the only way that I can navigate through an unknown territory is based on my known navigation skills. And, you know, if I can go through the journey and come out on the other side, then I know that my navigation skills are true. And so, you know, I have to believe that, you know, you wouldn't have been with me this long if I wasn't navigating properly. But I'm not navigating in a vacuum. You're helping me navigate. You know, your questions indicate whether or not, you know, my teaching is effective. So we're not seeing the kind of disconnected questions that we had before. But what we are seeing is a clear misunderstanding, and this is universal, a clear misunderstanding of the different energy levels. And the biggest understanding that we've had, we already know, you know, that our soul is operating on a different energy level than our physicality. But we didn't understand, or let me speak for me, I didn't understand that I had two souls. Before I got into this, I didn't know where the soul was, because it was somewhere, you know, like some nebulous place, you know, behind the bakery. And I didn't know that there were two souls, and there have to be two souls, okay? Because it's always, things are working in combination, all things in combination, you know. And then this is the confounding thing. If you are playing a sport, and let's say you're playing a soccer game, if the other team doesn't show up, well, what kind of game are you going to play? Like, you need the other team. You don't mind thrashing them. You don't mind embarrassing them. You don't mind trash talking to them, but you sure do mind if they don't show up. So, you know, if you measure the victor of the game by, you know, how many of the opposition you killed, you know, that the game's over. There won't be another game because you've killed off your opposition. And that this is the problem. When you are living a life of, shall we say, living by the sword, you know, when you kill everybody, you still want to kill. When you have no one else to kill, then the question comes is, if the hand that killed the child of someone else, how can it caress their own child? That same hand that pulled the trigger now is caressing. But if, you know, there's no other left to kill, what are you going to do? Are you going to caress, or are you going to kill? Because the reason for killing has not been taken away.
Yeah, maybe that's why they end up doing in themselves.
Yeah, so you got this PTSD where you've got these fabulously trained, patriotic soldiers with the best equipment, and they survive a trip into the war zone, and they come home and they off themselves. No one could, you know, terminate their life. No one was successful, and yet they took their own life. And there's a reason for it, because they realized it doesn't matter how much money you made. It never was enough, because that money will not obliterate their memory. So what gets rid of your memory? Well, you can take drugs, or you can drink beer or alcohol, whatever, and forget. But then after the bender, you'll remember again. And so you need to get drunk again. And so this becomes your existence. You live to forget. Well, we've already forgotten how we got here. And now that we're here, we want to forget how we're staying, and we can't wait to leave. This is a terrible existence. And it serves no purpose, because there was a purpose for our coming. And for our coming to come with a purpose, and then to exist with no purpose, is stupid.
Diane has put in the chat, thank you, Alex, for your teaching, sharing your thoughts. Thank you, Mark, for hosting. And everyone, thank you for your presence and sharing. Thank you, Diane.
So we're all part of the process where we're putting and building, heaven on earth, which is what is supposed to be. And so there is a power that is higher than what we've been accustomed to. And there's an organization that is higher than we're accustomed to. And now we've become aware. And so what I'm saying today is we have a collective amnesia how we got here, and we all have difficulty remembering our dreams. And that lack of memory is the same in both, cases. And so that is the proof that we have an inner space that's part of our emotion, non-tangible, non-visible emotion that is affecting our physicality. But it still doesn't answer the question how we got here, and it doesn't answer the question how we dream. We're still at the point as, oh, well, gee whiz, I had a dream. And what does it mean? Well, what it means is that you can do things that you can in a dream that you can't do in physicality. But you know what? You have a preference for having a reference point in the physicality. We have no reference point in the plasmatic, right? So how can you make a reference to a point that doesn't exist, that you don't know exists? If I tell you that, Paris is wonderful, and you say, well, what's a Paris?
Well, we're going to be allowed to remember, Mr. Keshe said. We don't remember at this point, but in the future, we're going to be allowed to remember some of these.
Yeah, but there's a trauma that comes with it. There's a trauma that comes with it.
Okay. Wasn't aware of that.
Well, it's kind of.
Well, I don't think you battled any monsters or anything to get here, or.
Of course we do. Yes, we do. All of us do. All of us are battling monsters all the time. And that's the thing, because we create these monsters. That's why we battle them. These monsters can disintegrate just as easily. All we have to do is stop creating them. And, to have that trust. This was, and I'm not picking on Danilo, but I mean, this is the thing, he has tremendous insight, but he just doesn't have the trust. Add the trust, and it's done. He's magic. Is that Danilo?
Beautiful knowledge seeker.
Yeah, can I say something? Sometimes in my dream, I can fly a lot of times, but the people cannot fly there, and they see me flying. It's like something very big, something supernatural.
Nice.
And it's like they are living their own lives. They don't know that they are on the dream world. They can do whatever they want. And one day I was teaching a couple of guys how to fly. So the question is, what if all this world is just a dream of someone else, and we are here thinking that we are bound to the physicality and we cannot do whatever we want, but if we just wake up, we can do whatever we want, you know?
Yeah, it's not that we're bound to the physicality. It's that we are looking at it from a preferred point of physicality. Our physicality is what we prefer. And our earth is our sentimental attachment. Because if the earth was not our sentimental attachment, then you might be on Mars, or you may be on the moon or the sun or somewhere. I don't know where. Okay, but you're here. So obviously there's a desire to be here. So that you have to accept that. And then, because you've already made that decision, the real question is, how did you make that decision? Because the way you make a decision, let's say on your job, if you want to go left or you want to go right, you have to make that decision, right? But to be born here, how did you make that decision? So the question is not, how did you get here? The question is, how did you make the decision to come here? Okay? And so this is beyond our immediate range here. And so now we're becoming open to that and open to that possibility. And the fundamental thing is that we have to trust. We have to trust, hey, I made it here. Isn't that cool? Yeah, I made it here, and I didn't have to ask anybody permission. It was part of the universal system, and I was part of the universal system. And so our physicality is part of the universal system. Well, why doesn't the universal community allow us to go back? And that's because we have forgotten the trust in the decision-making process. And we have forgotten the integrity that morality gives. And we have forgotten that the source of that morality is to instill life. And so when we do things to extinguish life, we are violating that. And the penalty for violating that is unimaginable, absolutely unimaginable. And so those who are suffering from PTSD are just getting a taste of it, and that it's already beyond their ability to endure. And these are tough people. So as we become aware of what's going on, and we start to realize that, we are the majority, we have, the universe is the majority, and we're part of that universe. And the universe is benevolent and peaceful. That is the universal law. And when we violate that law, we not only hurt our environment, but we hurt ourselves. And so this becomes our own responsibility, our own conduct. And we become self-policing. We don't need anybody to police us. We become self-policing. And isn't that a wonderful thing? I don't know what's wrong with that picture. I think it's a great picture. Over
Alex,
to you,
I have one question, and this, I'm always in a quandary when I weed my garden and I pull the little trees out and I cut the grass. So what do I do?
Well, so you see, that's
I went through that yesterday and I just cut some of the plants down to they started to come up here. And so I just cut them above the soil. It's just like giving them a haircut in a way. The soul is below the soil of the plant. And I know weeding, obviously, most people do pull out the weeds. Cutting the top off would probably just make them grow faster, but maybe they can both coexist in some sort of way. I think because a knowledge seeker said that he just lets everything grow together. And that's what I thought about too, is that there'll be more fields and they want to live as much as you or I want to live, I would think.
I have the same problem. I just like give from my soul and take what you need when I kill them because I feel so bad. But
so you know that the thing is that the vertical people have a different kind of operation than we do. So except for the jack in the pulpit, I guess most of the plants never go out and try and kill some kind of animal. And but animals do. But then cows don't. Cows eat grass. So, you know, a lion might attack a cow, but a cow will not attack a lion. You know what I'm saying? So we can't say that it's, you know, the horizontal people against the vertical people. So one soul has to give of itself to feed another soul. And so, you know, we all have that purpose. And so it's the way that we feed. So when we have limitations on this planet, the protein feeding that we're doing is one of the ways to do that. But as I mentioned in a previous thing, every plant is a calling from the earth soul and is looking for Maggrav balance. So a plant will grow in an area where the metal that it is cultivating it's deficient in that area. So the plant is actually having an environmental response. So you're coming in there by weeding it is you're interfering with that environmental response. But the thing is, are you able to supplement then? And so we find that we as horizontal people don't have enough knowledge, care, and consideration for what that weed that we removed was providing. And we don't supplement that. So one of the beautiful things about the plasma water and the plasma fields is they will supplement whatever is needed. So in the process of doing the weeding, you're basically saying, thank you very much for the work that you've done, because there was a deficiency. And whatever caused that deficiency is going to be supplemented by the plasma field. That's not the issue. The issue is what caused the deficiency in the first place. And, you know, what we do know is that this earth can do quite well without us. So invariably, we are the cause of the deficiency. And it's through our own ignorance that we have done that. So there is a change, and that change is allowing us to supplement, not so much from a physical point of view, but from a plasmatic point of view. And now we can transcend to a higher level and understanding that the plasmatic view that we have is limited to our inner space. And now we can transcend to another level, what I say is the outer space. And we haven't really considered that. And I know that I haven't considered that in the past because I'm not a scientist and I'm you know, not part of the research in that area. So, you know, I'm just an average Joe Muck and Fudge, and, you know, why would I be concerned about outer space? And, you know, all these people want to leave and go to Mars. And I can, like, why? what does Mars have that Earth doesn't have? I think the obvious question is, what does Mars not have that Earth has? And man, that's a longer list, isn't it? So, you know, why are we so keen on leaving the Earth? So I'm a little bit dismayed by the prospect that, you know, once we start to travel, we may not want to come back to Earth because there are areas that are even more beautiful. So, you know, my sentimentality kicks in and said, well, I'd be sad to go from this beautiful place. But, you know, when you look at the strife, the hardship on this planet, and you say, well, the beautiful place is just a point of view, you know, it all depends on what you're looking at, because in many cases, it's also an ugly place. So I think what we have is unfinished business, and we need to finish that. That's the reason that we're here. And furthermore, the universe has provided via the Keshe Foundation the ways and means to deliver. This is a wonderful thing. And so on that note, I'm going to pass it over to you, Mark, and I want to just thank everybody for allowing me to present today and be part of this absolutely wonderful event.
Thank you, Alex, and thank everyone for being here today. Is there anyone else who wanted to bring something else up at this point? I noticed you had the symbol of the Universal Council, and I was going to play that video at the end and then the final disclaimer. So if no one has anything else, I think we'll get along to that. Again, beautiful sharing today, and that's what it's all about. We're not dictating to anyone. We're just offering knowledge, just as the GANS does, and you take what you need. And what you don't need, you don't take. Or what you don't need at this time. So. Okay, it sounds like everyone is satisfied, at least for now. Okay, so let's see what we can do here. Okay, let's see. I think we had the formation of the Universal Council video, which is 8 minutes, and many of you have seen this before. It's played every week in the One Planet, One Nation, One Race, One Universe program, which is on Tuesday at 4 p.m. CEST. Of course, the reactor group is at 7 a.m. The Knowledge Seekers Workshop is at 9 a.m. CET. And there's also TV Galactica, which Marie and Raphael and Rosanna provide us on Tuesday at 11:59 p.m. CET. So you're all welcome to join any of those programs. They're all beautiful, and the knowledge is all coming together around the planet. So I will play this, the final disclaimer, and then the meeting will end.
Can I say something before you end here?
Oh yeah, please. That's what I was asking for. Hoping to hear.
I felt it that. Thank you, Mark. Hi, everyone. Only one thing, please. It's about the dream state. Just take out this this lie. There is no dream state.
Mm-hmm.
This is what we accepted. Acknowledge that this state is the soul state. You are entering your soul state. That's all. Acknowledge it. And I think you will really open that the other part of you. And this part, 24 hours, you are in it. But we decided not to be because here we have a freedom, we have physicality, and we can do whatever we can do. But in that state, we have to apply to the souls of all those who were before us. And I think they know the truth. They know the reality. But unfortunately, they cannot bring it back because they lost the chance to work with both of them in the same time. And it's a lie. They taught us to us because they themselves live that lie, and we believe it. It is the time now to really go to this part, which is always is there in any time, in any second you can enter, no matter. But it need acknowledging it, accepting, because it have a purpose of something, and you cannot let it go. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Mark, Alex, and all of you.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Jalal. Great to hear from you.
Is that generator group generating any power?
You don't see the power?
The secret generating group you're heading up? Or the super secret?
You don't see the power, my
generating-
dear. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Yes, the power of the soul. We're really learning about this, and they are achieving some amps and some volts, so that's good. But I think we can do more. And again, Mr. Keshe, I'm sure, is anxious to share so much with us, but yet at this time he's limited himself to making or coming into these groups, he's recently stated. So whatever work or strong work he's doing in the background, we work with him as well and give our support. And that's why we're here, as Alex said. I think the souls did make agreements, and this physicality that we made is just sort of an afterthought. But the souls have agreed to be here and to be present and to help deliver another planet into the universal community. So thank you all again for attending, and enjoy the rest of your time, which is endless. Okay, let's start this and see if it'll play for us. And then we'll play the final disclaimer, and then the meeting will end.
It's time for change to move into the real work of the universe. And it's time to understand that we use the matter state to reach the level of understanding of the soul of the man. Now you understand maybe why the Creator has sent his messengers in the name of whatever you have had. Is that they bring the ears, that it can be used when the time of the Messiah comes. They can teach the soul and the messenger, not to oppose, but by them understanding through those who have become messiahs, to give from their souls to these to elevate, the job is made easy. The school is there and the students are devotedly there. then there won't be any fight between what they call the Muslims and the Christians. The lamb and the lion will eat and sleep in the same nest. The Christians and the Muslims will sleep and pray in the mosque and in the same church in the name of their souls, not in the name of religion that is used to create so much conflict for the benefit of those who were the hyperactive children. The time has come, the time of change is here. And as I said, my wish is my command. If it's your wish to see peace, the path of peace is laid very clearly. It's the soul of the collective awareness by giving will create that position of change. No other thing. There is no pen in the soul of the man. And I'm sure once you go into the universal community, you will never see anything written but the balance of the fields of the soul of the existence. Try to be humble enough not to become arrogant in the power that you have understood and you possess. Otherwise, you'll fall in the same path of the church and the mosque. This is what we promised, and this is what we have delivered. We have to understand the operation of the soul, and we have to understand the soul of the man is a star in the cosmos of the universe. If we compare the soul of the man and many of us, 7 billion in one collection, Earth is like a galaxy with so many stars. When we look in the depth of the universe, we see galaxies with hundreds of millions of stars in it. So is the planet Earth. It carries 7 billion beautiful stars, which are the soul of the man. Carries with it soul of so many trillions of animals, plants, and everything else. So if you look, when someone who does not see the physicality of the earth and its content, what do they see? They see a galaxy with so many beautiful lights shining, each one according to their strength, each one according to their position. An infant has a beautiful soul, so has the old man. To those who do not see the physical dimension of this planet, but they see the strength of the field, we are clusters of stars. The human race, every single soul, no one from a distance sees that's the soul of a fisherman, that's the soul of the cosmologist, that's the soul of the president. They all shine irrespective of the physicality. This is the magic. This is what the new science has to bring to man. When we look through our soul, we see nothing but a star in the other souls. And this is the break. This is the understanding. This is what all these teachings are about. Coming to mature to the next level, to understand in the deep space, the universe is the oyster for those souls who serve. Then man is ready to go into space. Then man is ready to become part of the universal community which has been promised. I never promised you heaven. I always promised you the elevation of the man to join the family. And now you have the key. It's you who has to open the door to understand if I can raise the soul of these people or millions of other souls, that the physical life on this planet changes, then I'm worthy to be part of the universal community, to be there to serve, to expand, to be there, to be part, that in the cycle of life of universe, I become, in being part, I become part of the totality. When man reaches that point, a new dimension in the strength of the soul of the man will appear, which is beyond imagination of understanding of the physical life. It's the gate to the opening of the new life in a new dimension, which is beyond imagination of what you might call a new beginning, a new cycle, which that cycle carries with itself the origin of the creation of life in the universe. It's the elevation of the soul to serve become the key, not a throne of the physical life. The time is right. The time has come for the man to go through this process.
Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.